Good morning. Welcome again to day 2 of the joint appropriations hearings for the 2021 session. Thank you again for joining us, those of you who've joined us in person, and then those of you who've joined us virtually. Thank you for your participation yesterday as we went through this virtual mix for the first time. Overall, sorry, my mask is getting in my way this morning. Overall, I got pretty good reviews across the board. Again, thanks to House Media Services, our folks on the Senate side who helped as well to keep everything moving. Tried to keep you on time, and thank you for the feedback from members. At the end of tomorrow's session, we may ask you for additional feedback as to whether or not you think this will be something we'd like to look at moving forward and ways we can improve it as well. Thank you again for joining us. We'll hand it over to Chairman England for a few comments to get started.
Well, good morning. Hope everybody's doing good. Thank you again for being with us today. We've got a pretty packed day today, so just bear with us as we get through all the presentations. Just a couple of housekeeping items. Again, if you are a member of the House or Senate Appropriations Committee, do follow the Zoom link to get onto the meeting. I would ask that all other House and Senate members that are not members of the Appropriations Committees, if you would use the live stream so that we're remaining mindful of the bandwidth capabilities coming and going. But also, if you have questions, do type those into the chat box on Zoom. And again, just a reminder, that's for members of the committees only. If you're not a member and you do have a question, if you would kindly ask a member of the committee to send that question in on your behalf. It just helps us kind of streamline things and keep everything moving. So it's the only little housekeeping thing I've got there. Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to another full day, but I think it's going to be a good day. And again, our thank you to our House Media Services folks and our friends in the Senate that have worked on putting the schedule together, Melody, Martha, and everybody that have made the first day so far successful, and think that today will be as well.
Thank you, Chairman England. Just to give you a little run of the show for the day, those of you who do not have your agenda will hear first from Commissioner Ward. We'll move then to Commissioner Oliver from the Department of Juvenile Justice. We'll hear from Colonel Wright at the Department of Public Safety around 9:30. Chief Justice Melton will join us at 10. We'll have a presentation from the Superior Courts at 10:30. We will break for lunch at 11 and come back to hear from Commissioner McMurray at DOT at 1, Commissioner Wilson from the Department of Economic Development at 2, Commissioner Williams from Department of Natural Resources at 2:30, Commissioner Dozier from TCSG at 3, and then we will end the day hearing from the Director of Financing and Investment, Ms. Diana Pope from the Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission. We should end up again, hopefully right on time at 4 o'clock. That being said, it's 8:05, and do we have Commissioner Ward with us already? We're online? Commissioner Ward, we think you're online with us. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me, sir?
Let's see.
One more time.
Commissioner Ward, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. Give us just a second to run through and check our technical issues up here.
All right, can you hear us now? What about now? We tested a minute ago. You were fine. What about now? Well, okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, can you hear us now?
Commissioner Ward, we're going to check one more time. Can you hear us?
I can hear you clearly. I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Okay, I think we got you there now. Commissioner Ward, can you hear us this time?
I can hear you clearly. How about me?
You, they can hear him online? Right, I think they're hearing him online, but we're not hearing him in the building. All right, Commissioner Ward, let's try one more time. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you clearly. How about me?
From what I understand, they can hear you online. We just cannot hear you in the room. That's about where we're going. Commissioner Ward, we're coming to you one more time. Can y'all try speaking on your end? No.
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
All righty, there we go.
Good,
Thanks
good.
again,
All
House
right.
Media Services,
All right.
for getting
First of
that work.
Okay. All right. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak before you, Mr. Chairman, today. The mission of the Georgia Department of Corrections is to protect the public by operating safe and secure facilities through through development of professional staff and effective offender management. Since my presentation last January, this mission has been tested, and I'm proud to say that our team rose to the challenge during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. I would like to start by providing an overview of key metrics for the Department of Corrections. There are a total of 92 facilities across the state, including state facilities, county camps, and private prisons. Of the 35 state prisons, 7 are close security, 14 are special mission, and 14 are medium security. Additionally, there are 7 detention centers, 12 transition centers, 11 residential substance abuse treatment facilities, and 2 integrated treatment facilities. Next slide, please. The current total population right now is 47,311. 73% of our offenders were convicted of a violent crime or a sex offense. 14,103 have a validated gang affiliation. Current average length of sentence is 12 years. 62.98% of the offender population are serving sentences of 15 plus years. 7,640 offenders are serving a life sentence, with 1,644 serving life without parole. We began the fiscal year with approximately 10,860 offenders with a diagnosed mental health classification. On average, we have 13,000 plus offenders with a chronic illness. And that chronic illness can range from cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory, COPD, cancer, and HIV. The department dispenses an average of 101,000 prescriptions per month to treat these and other illnesses, including mental health and general medications. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to discuss the department's operational response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. At the start of 2020, the inmate population had begun to increase from a low in 2014. This was due to inmates that have been convicted of violent crimes or sex offenses, resulting in longer sentences and length of stay. However, due to the suspension of court activity, the department has seen a 16% reduction in the population. Once courts resume to normal operation, we expect the population to increase to the previous levels. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to review some of the actions the department initiated to contain and manage the virus during the pandemic. Following the CDC and Health Department guidelines, the department addressed the situation through communication and coordination, prevention practices, operational actions, supplies, and PPE, and enhanced cleaning and disinfecting. Communication and coordination. We immediately created a COVID-19 response team and updated our influenza and emergency response plans based on CDC and Health Department guidelines. Then we immediately began communicating the information throughout the entire system. We implemented bi-weekly meetings with all wardens and superintendents from all facilities throughout the state. This also included bi-weekly meetings with our health services team and Georgia Correctional Healthcare to quickly respond as new information became available. We created a GDC Connect app, mobile app, to communicate updates to all our staff members. On March the 30th, 2020, the department implemented a dashboard on our website to consistently report staff and offender cases within the system. We developed an employee peer support team to assist individuals who had been infected by the virus and an offender staff communication committee to provide information to offenders throughout the state. Next, I would like to discuss some of the prevention practices that we implemented. Based on the governor's emergency order, diagnostic intake was suspended on March 14, 2020. Offender movement within the system was also suspended except for medical or security purposes. The department resumed diagnostic intake on May 18, 2020 with enhanced COVID-19 procedures to ensure that offenders were provided masks and were tested and quarantined while awaiting test results. Additionally, prior to release, offenders were provided written instructions on COVID-19 precautions. This information is now being updated to include formation of a vaccine or the vaccine procedures. Health screenings and temperature checks were implemented for all staff that entered a facility state system-wide. In-person classroom instructions were altered by reducing class size, providing self-study materials, and identifying and training GDC staff to conduct GED testing. We suspended all contract details once the pandemic hit to minimize the spread of the virus into a facility. Additionally, we implemented telework schedule for all non-essential staff. Next slide, please. The department immediately began to source PPE and disinfectants to meet the challenge. The department partnered with the Georgia National Guard early in the pandemic to train GDC staff on the proper use of the fogging equipment to sanitize facilities. Once the staff were trained, we implemented mandatory weekly fogging of dorms, administrative areas, including infirmaries and clinics and entryways. Additionally, fogging was conducted when positive cases were discovered. The department refocused the efforts of Georgia Correctional Industries to produce cough, sneeze masks, gowns, and disinfectants. All staff and offenders were required to wear the cough, sneeze mask. Georgia Correctional Industries has produced and we have distributed over 500,000 masks to the offender population during this pandemic. Due to the high demand for disposable gowns throughout the country, Georgia Correctional Industries began sewing reusable gowns that could be washed up to 100 times and reused again. The department implements health screenings, including temperature checks to all staff and at the front entrances of all facilities. These have been replaced by temporal scanners to enhance the ability to social distance during the health screening process. The department implemented enhanced cleaning and disinfection at all entry points and high traffic areas within the facilities. Hand sanitizer was purchased in bulk and distributed throughout the system. The department waived medical copay for offenders with symptoms of COVID-19 or for clinical care for flu-like symptoms. Based on the governor's emergency order on March 14, 2020, visitation was suspended at all facilities for all offenders. In order to maintain communication with the family members, the department immediately provided 1 free phone call per week and 2 free JPay stamp emails for all offenders to continue the communication with their families. To further address offender morale while visitation was on hold, the department began providing additional incentive meals and grab bags each month to the offender population. To maintain operation with safety precautions, including social distancing, we increased our use of telecourt, telemedicine, and telepsychiatry during this pandemic. Next slide, please. On March 16, 2020, Post directed statewide closure of all law enforcement academies, and we immediately redirected staff to assist in the distribution of PPE and to assist in fogging of 62 state facilities within the first 19 days of the pandemic. The training staff also assisted with the initial distribution of PPE from the state emergency stockpile. GDC was allowed to reopen BCOT, Basic Correction Officer Training classes, regionally under Post guidance on May 4th, 2020. Since training was reinstated, we have graduated 743 officers from basic training and currently have 100 cadets scheduled to graduate Thursday, January 21st, 2021. Specialized training programs throughout the state were reinstated on July 7th, 2020, following strict sanitation procedures and guidelines by the CDC. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that we created a COVID-19 reporting dashboard on our website. This was initially launched on March 3rd, 2020. I encourage you to visit our website and you will see the links to the COVID-19 dashboard on our main webpage if you go there, okay? Next slide. This next slide shows the actual dashboard, which is updated daily at 6 p.m. My presentation was presented to you all on Friday, so the figures that you're seeing right now are the figures from this past Friday, but our totals this morning, as of this morning, the staff confirmed cases are 1,473, staff recovered cases are 1,288, and unfortunately, we've had 2 staff deaths during this pandemic. Offender confirmed cases during the pandemic, we've had 3,056 confirmed cases. We have 2,619 that have recovered, and we've unfortunately had 88 deaths during this pandemic. Next slide, please. Now I would like to provide an update on the COVID expenditures for the department. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we spent a total of $2,994,763 on PPE. This does not include the PPE that we received from the emergency stockpile. Additionally, we spent a total of $3,957,848 on sanitation and chemicals, $756,459 on equipment, foggers, temporal scanners, and thermometers. We spent $7,463,158 on healthcare, $4,553,210 on jail subsidy, and another $1,745,237 for additional meals and water. This brings an agency total expenditure for March through December of a little bit over $21 million that we spent to fight the pandemic within the prison system. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to ask Randy Sauls, our Assistant Commissioner for Health Services, to provide additional information concerning the department's operational action from a medical perspective as we dealt with COVID-19 in the prison system. Mr. Sauls.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and members of the joint session. The administration of the annual flu vaccine has long been an important component of GDC's control plan. This
Next
year,
slide, please. Next slide, please.
thank you. We'll start with our flu vaccination surveillance. Again, the administration and the annual flu vaccine has long been an important component of GDC's infection control plan. This year, due to the pandemic spread of COVID-19, it has been recommended that taking the flu vaccine is an important step toward mitigating a twindemic. That is, the presence of both the flu and COVID-19 at pandemic levels. Each year, GDC encourages its employees to take the flu vaccine. Employees receive educational notices reminding them that they may readily obtain the flu vaccine from their medical provider, local pharmacy, or public health department at no cost to them, as it is provided as a covered benefit in their state health insurance plan. Additionally, the Georgia Department of Corrections Human Resources Department partnered with the Department of Public Health and local county health departments to offer and sponsor flu vaccination fairs at GDC facilities around the state. This was met with enthusiasm and support by GDC staff. Offender education. Each year, offenders are offered the flu vaccine with a special emphasis on those with chronic medical conditions. This year, there was an increased effort to promote the flu vaccine among offenders and encourage vaccine participation. As an incentive, a grab bag was provided for those offenders who took the vaccine. Weekly flu vaccination surveillance is also performed, and offenders are monitored daily for any sign or symptoms of flu. So far this year, we've offered 14,557 flu vaccinations and have administered over 10,232. Vaccinations will continue to be offered weekly as flu vaccine does continue through April. And I might also add that this is a significant increase in the number of vaccinations offered this year than over previous years. Next slide, please. I'll now turn your attention to COVID-19. The graphic presented on the screen displays the number of positive COVID-19 cases reported daily. The daily additions are displayed in blue on the blue line, while the 7-day moving average for COVID-19 is represented on the red line. GDC began tracking this data starting with its first reported case in February of 2020. The peaks associated on the blue line on the run chart indicate when batch test results were reported. Early during the pandemic, test results were slow to be reported and reports were batched. Most recently, the blue peaks on the run chart reflect daily test results related to GDC's return to accepting new intakes and adopting a change to the CDC guidelines that requires a COVID-19 test during day 10 of any quarantine period. Now, the 7-day moving average on the red line reflected on January the 14th, reported on the graphic, shows 25.7 cases for the previous 7 days. The graphic mirrors similar published charts displaying community spread and includes test results for all facilities that house state offenders across the state. Next slide, please. This graphic displays COVID-19 related hospitalizations, again beginning with the first admission recorded in February. Now, approximately 90% of offenders who contract COVID-19 recover from their illness without any medical intervention. Others may, however, require an episode of hospitalization. The number of acute COVID-19 related hospitalizations peaked in August at 69. There has been an observable decrease in the number of hospitalizations for the months since that period. There were 333 total hospitalizations during the months of February through December, and these hospitalizations represent about 14% of the 2,348 total hospitalizations during the same period. Next slide, please. GDC follows all CDC and Georgia Department of Public Health guidelines related to the mitigation and control spread for COVID-19. In several instances, GDC has adopted procedures that exceed the published guidelines and takes additional precautionary measures to enhance the mitigation and spread of COVID-19. We're reminded that these are ever evolving and changing guidelines and have been throughout the pandemic. Observance of these guidelines is monitored closely. Updates and newly published guidelines are reviewed and interpreted by the GD State Medical Director, who then issues agency-specific interpretive guidance, protocols, and procedures. These guidelines are then published and shared agency-wide by the Director of Facilities to all GDC wardens, superintendents, private facility wardens, county wardens, and leadership command staff. Now to the slide at hand. Close contact tracing, quarantine, and COVID testing are an integral disease surveillance activity that is performed daily on the offender population. The monitoring of sick call, requests for medical care, and the observation for the display of COVID-19 related symptoms triggers a rapid response that leads to medical isolation, quarantine, and testing of the offender population. Now to the left side of the graph, COVID-19 symptomatic offenders are immediately removed from the population and placed in medical isolation. These offenders are immediately tested for COVID-19 and will remain isolated for 10 days, even in the event of a negative test. For those who are asymptomatic and are exposed to the circle of exposure, they are immediately placed in quarantine and as they're identified as close contact. And on day 10 of the quarantine period, the COVID-19 test is performed. Individuals who test negative and remain asymptomatic are required to complete the 14-day period. If an individual tests positive, they will be placed in medical isolation for 10 days until they are symptom-free, or they may be extended days depending on the severity of their acute symptoms. Next slide, please. Thanks to the governor's effort, GDC has the availability of the Abbott Binax Now Rapid COVID-19 Antigen Test. It's highly reliable for those who test positive. For those who test negative, the test is less reliable and must be followed up with a PCR test to confirm the previous rapid negative result. Those individuals will be medically isolated for 10 days until the confirmatory test result is reported. As a result, GDC has limited the use of the rapid test to 2 occasions. For symptomatic offenders, those offenders who present with symptoms, they're tested and have tested positive, will be immediately isolated for 10 days with no follow-up PCR required. This avoids the cost and time associated with a second PCR test. The second way the test is used is for asymptomatic offenders who are scheduled for an elective transfer for an elective procedure at a hospital. Many hospitals require a rapid test upon arrival, and by testing these offenders before they leave for the hospital, it avoids an unnecessary return trip in the event COVID-19 positive test results are returned. GDC provides rapid testing of those going to the hospital and avoids additional unnecessary costs to the hospital in the event of a positive test. Next slide, please. Let's discuss our COVID-19 vaccination implementation plan. GDC prepared and submitted the COVID-19 vaccination plan for the offender population on October the 20th of 2020, following the publishing of the CDC and DBH guidelines. According to phase 1, offenders aged 65 and older are eligible for the vaccine. There are currently 1,421 offenders over the age of 65. 1,375 of those offenders are male, and 46 of the offenders over the age of 65 are female. These offenders were surveyed last week on their likelihood to take the vaccine. 49% said that they would take the vaccine, or approximately 698. We do expect upon arrival of the vaccine, we'll begin immediate vaccination of those offenders over the age of 65 that are in phase 1. Also be reminded, we've modified our release protocol for offenders released for custody to include general COVID-19 instructions, to discuss symptoms, medical isolation, to include notification of family and public health notifications of the counties in which they will be released. Vaccine information is also provided, including what to do in the event they are released before they receive the second dose of the COVID-19 vaccination. Commissioner, I return my slides back over to you at this time.
Okay, all right. I'm a next slide, please. I'm gonna jump over real quickly, and I got a request to move through my slides really quickly. The next slide is just showing you an education update of some of the highlights that we've done throughout the system, showing the things that we're doing. I want to just highlight on this slide about the reentry support documents. That's very important. The driver's license that's being issued during this time, we issued 29,335 driver's license, birth certificate 49,190, and social security cards 35,386. Okay, next slide, please. The next slide is our evidence-based prisons. We talked about that on last year. One of the big things I want to highlight in the evidence-based prison is our gang renunciation program that's involved at these three facilities: Lee State Prison, Hancock, and the Metro Reentry Facility. That gang renunciation program has really driven down the total numbers of disciplinary reports and things of that nature. Okay, next slide, please. And also, if you look at the bottom of that, if you go back, if you look at the bottom of that slide, there's a video that you can later on look at about the evidence-based prison in that program. Okay. Next is our physical health transition. As discussed during last year's presentation, our healthcare expenditures have been rising significantly over the past 5 years. GDC has been in partnership with Georgia Correctional Healthcare for over 23 years. During this time, physical healthcare practices have changed significantly while our processes has not caught up. We brought in an external consultant to analyze our system and make recommendations on how to improve service delivery and developing a sustainable cost model. It was determined that we should bid out our physical healthcare services in order to obtain a more modern approach. Pharmacy services were bid out last summer, and we're in the process of finalizing that contract award. Physical health services, this request for proposal for health services was released on yesterday, 1/19/21. This request is for a vendor to manage the ASMP hospital and infirmaries and clinics across the state. Additionally, the successful vendor will manage the network of hospitals and outside clinical providers across the state. Based on our current schedule, our goal is to complete a transition to a new vendor by September 2021. Next slide, please. Mental health services expansion. 20% of the GDC offenders are being treated for a diagnosed mental health condition. The goal is of this expansion is to provide mental health service to all close security facilities. Additional benefits include reduced offender transportation, movement, improved response to mental health crisis by having staff on site, and improve access to mental health by having all programs and services on site. Additionally, our mandatory 24-hour mental health training program for 100% of all facility staff to assist those providing and supporting our mental health mission. Next slide, please. Again, you'll see the breakout of that. We're going to add additional, we've added almost 550 additional mental health beds to the system in the past last 2 years. Next slide, please. Virtual court hearings. Originally, the department had a goal of implementing the virtual court systems in 50% of the judicial circuits by July of 2020. Next slide, please. I apologize. Okay. Due to the suspension of in-person court proceedings on March 14, 2020, we were able to increase the rollout of telecourt to 43 or 49 judicial circuits by last summer. The response, that represents 88% of the total jurisdictions. We are now averaging over 400 hearings a month and exceeded 450 in December. At this pace, we should exceed 5,000 hearings in 2021. Motions, arraignments, habeas pleas, sentencings are the fastest growing types of hearings and have allowed the court system to keep moving during this pandemic. The virtual court process has significantly reduced travel time, resulting in less overtime expenditures and expenses and fuel costs. Next slide, please. Leveraging technology. The department is working with a vendor to implement a new inmate assignment decision support system. The state-of-the-art advanced analytics behind IADDS enables a correctional agency to consider a multitude of factors affecting the assignment of inmates and scheduling their treatment program. There's a large number of factors to consider when placing offenders, and technology can assist in analyzing these factors, reducing potential for human error and improving the efficiency of the process. Contraband interdiction is an ongoing concern of the department, and we continue to evaluate technologies that will assist us in defending our perimeter and reducing the possibility of contraband being introduced to the facilities. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to thank the governor and members of the House and Senate for their support of an $18 million increase in our bond funding last year. This is critical and important for maintaining our infrastructure, and we are thankful for the governor continued support at this time, levying with the level of funding for the fiscal year 22. The average age of our state prison is 39 years. 3 of the facilities are over 70 years old. The average age of our PDCs, TCs, and RSAT centers is 31 years in age. Based on the age of these facilities, the additional bond funding is supporting the replacement of roofs, mechanical systems, water and wastewater systems, and security system upgrade. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to review the FY21 budget recommendation as beginning on page 8, House Bill 80 tracking document. Probation detention centers, page 8, item 19.3. Transfer a total of $1,505,131 from state prisons and offender management programs to cover the cost of the new residential substance abuse contract. The second item is language concerning the opening of a new 50-bed dorm at Bacon PDC. This language is to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expense of this dorm. Health services, page 8, item 19.5. Transfer $3,872,236 from state prison to the health program to cover projected healthcare expenditures for fiscal year 21. Offender management, page 8, item 19.6. Transfer $861,994 to probation detention centers to support RSAT contract. State prison program, page 8, item 19.8. Transfer $4,515,373 to the probation detention centers and health program to support the new RSAT contract and healthcare expenses. One-time funding for replacement vehicles of $3,320,000. The fourth item is language concerning the opening of 4 new dorms at Metro Reentry Facility. This will house over 400 additional TC beds. This language is to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expense of these dorms. Transition centers, page 8, item 19.9. This item is language concerning the opening of a new 100-bed dorm at Smith Transitional Center. This language is to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expenses of this dorm. Next slide, please. The third item for the governor's recommendation is to utilize existing funding to support a 10% increase for correction officers beginning April 1st, 2021. Page 8, item 19.8.3. This increase will move the starting salary for a correction officer 1 working at a medium security facility from $27,936 to $30,730, as well as a correction officer 2 also working at a medium security facility from $31,040 to $34,144. Additionally, it will move the starting salary for a correction officer working at a close security or special mission facility from $31,040 to $34,144, and a correction officer 2 also working at a close security or special mission facility from $34,144 to $37,558. All security positions listed will receive an increase. This is also included in the FY22 budget, and that's going to be a real big shot in the arm for the Georgia Department of Correction, for those well-deserving men and women who've been on the front line during this pandemic fighting this invisible enemy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to discuss the FY 22 governor's recommendation. Beginning on page 24, House Bill 88 tracking document, statewide changes, increased funds to reflect an adjustment in employee share of the teacher retirement system from 19.6% to 19.81%. Probation detention centers, page 24, item 19.3, transfer $3,016,262 from state prison program to cover the annualized cost of the new RSAC contract. Item number 2 is related to the new dorm at Bacon PDC as discussed in the amended budget. State prison, page 24, item 19.8. The first item is related to the new dorm at Metro Entry as discussed in the amended budget. The second item is to transfer $3,016,262 to the PDC program to cover the annualized cost of the RSAC contract. The third item is to fund the cost of the correction officer salary increase. Transition centers, page 25, item 19.9. This item is related to the new dorm at Smith TC as discussed in the amended budget. Next slide, please.
Go back.
Go back.
Go back one.
Go back one more. You missed one. Go back. Next, I would like to discuss our bond funding for FY 22. This year, our bonds were consolidated into 3 major categories. The first is $15 million for emergency repairs. The second bond is for $15.6 million for security improvements. And the third bond is for major repairs and renovations is $14.9 million. There's not a bond for vehicle replacement as this was funded in the amended budget And that concludes my presentation. We were a little long-winded a little bit, but we had a lot going on in the last 10 months. I want to make sure that we were as transparent as possible, letting you know everything that we've been doing during this pandemic. And without further ado, sir, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your presentation. Sorry for the few minutes we took from you at the beginning. We'll add them to the end if there are questions that need to go into that time frame. First question comes from the audience here present with us, and it'll be our Chairman of Public Safety on the Senate side, Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for your leadership and the great work that you and your team continue to do. I was very happy to see the increase in salaries for our correctional officers. I know that we've experienced extraordinary turnover, which is very difficult from a management and a finance perspective. Based on these increases that are proposed, do you believe that that will put us on par with the states around us, or is there more work left to be done there?
I think it's a good direction. Put us on par with states around us. This is a big, like I said, this is a big shot in the arm. We can, these are living wages that people can come to work and earn a decent living right now.
Thank you.
Next question from the audience, Senator Beach.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, y'all touched a little bit on pharmacy cost, and I believe you went over pretty quickly, but did you say you've been with the same company for 24 years? And my question to you is, are we looking at generic drugs to cut cost? I mean, you know, I know my drug costs have went up every year on an annual basis. Are we really focusing on how we can cut pharmacy cost?
Yes, we have volume pricing for generic drug. We've been utilizing that 340B plan, and like I said, that procurement is on the street still in competitive. Well, I think we're in the protest period right now.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have in the audience. I think we may have a few online. Chairman England.
Don't have any questions online, just a couple of comments, but just to our folks watching, the presentations are listed on the General Assembly website, House Budget and Research Office tab. Go under the Joint Budget Hearings tab there, and the presentations will be there that you can print off if you need to have them printed off or saved to your device. Do have one question from Representative Timothy Barr. Are you utilizing electronic monitoring at all?
In what capacity? I can't follow the question.
Well, he doesn't state. I guess overall in the total population.
One of the things on my slide, as far as leveraging technology, we're still a pen and paper type system. We're trying to leverage, because we're trying to leverage as much technology we can as far as electronic logbook, electronic record keeping. So as a retention tool for the younger generation, because a lot of instances, a lot of the employees that we hire, they're not used to this pen and paper deal that we have right now. So we're aggressively trying to push electronics to do the things that we need to do.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got from online. I know we've got one more in the room, but I did want to say something here, not only to y'all and your guys at Department of Corrections, but at Juvenile Justice, Public Safety, and the Georgia National Guard. I know we've got quite a presence here in Atlanta today, protecting the people's capital, and we just want to all say how much we appreciate. And I know that your guys have been here on multiple occasions, just as the others have as well. We just want to tell you how much we appreciate that, not only from ourselves, but for our staff members, and just for the safety of Georgians in general. We appreciate the presence here today, and that have been here all summer and fall as well. So thank y'all for that.
Okay, thank you. And I think I see a question about you talking about ankle monitors, I think. And we do utilize it on our firefighters at one of our firefighting teams in South Georgia.
Commissioner, we have one more question in the room from the whip, Vice Chairman Gooch.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Steve Gooch from Dahlonega. I represent Union County, where you have Caldwell Detention Center. Could you briefly discuss what your plans are this year for that facility? A lot of the communities up there, the counties and cities, utilize your inmate details for a lot of services, and they're not able to get those at this time due to the COVID-19.
Well, we again, that is a well-kept secret up in North Georgia. Diane Hassett, who's the superintendent, does an awesome job up there. They have probably one of the leading rescue dog programs in the state. They've been featured nationally. So we're steady pushing. That's one of the things that we do, the labor details at our probation detention center, and we're continue trying to make sure what we do with this pandemic, getting these guys in a safe manner and make sure we screen them and get them out to work. But Caldwell PDC is the top of my plans. It's not going anywhere. It's going to stay right where it's at. If I answer the question.
Commissioner, I think that is all the questions that we had from the committee members. Thank you again to you and your team for being here and presenting the report you presented to us. We look forward to following up with you more in detail in subcommittee meetings that will begin really shortly. Thank you again for being here today.
Okay, thank you.
Next, a little bit ahead of time, but I believe our Department of Juvenile Justice team's already here, and Commissioner Oliver, we'd like to invite you on up if you'd like to. Yes, sir. Come on.
Good morning, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for being here. It's an honor to be here before you again this year to talk about our agency and our budget. So I'll just jump right on into it. As many of you all know, that we operate 25 secure facilities around the state and approximately 90 community offices around the state. We also have our own school district, or the 181st school district in the state of Georgia. And I'm proud to say that even during the pandemic, we continued schooling for our youth in our care, and they've done a phenomenal job in making sure that they continue their education on that point. Just kind of give you guys a brief overview of our COVID-19 impact and our numbers that we have cumulatively since the pandemic. We've had a total of 413 staff who have tested positive. 321 have since recovered, and 121 youth have tested positive since the pandemic, and 108 have recovered. Currently, we have 13 positive cases. And just like Commissioner Ward and DOC, we've leveraged the Binex Now rapid test, and we've administered 1,282 of those tests, and we have a 5% positivity rate. 62 of those out of those 1,282 have tested positive. And we're also administering those tests for our youth and our staff who are symptomatic to ensure that they don't spread the COVID-19 into our facilities. With that being said, let's go ahead and jump right on into our amended FY 2021 budget and allow time for some questions if the members of this body have any. The first item on the amended budget is to utilize existing funds to implement a 10% increase for our juvenile correctional officers. As Commissioner Ward stated earlier, it's a huge shot in the arm for our JCOs within our secure detention, and how that will look. We will leverage $2,550,000, and it's going to be the total impact. $738 is going to be on the YDC side, and our YDC is $1,500,000, and admin is $2,799. And how we're going to do is we're going to free some vacant positions, and so it's going to be a total of 297 frozen positions to get to that number. 110 on the YDC side, and 187 on the RYDC side. So after we freeze those, we have a total vacancy count in security positions of 420 statewide. And let me just pause right there for a minute, because I think it's going to be pretty much the same in the big budget, but just kind of give you guys a little bit of background. Also, earlier this year, we did an employee engagement survey amongst our staff, and about 2/3 of our employees taking that survey to just trying to gauge the climate of where we're at as an agency and why people are staying, why people are leaving. We also do exit interviews as well. But in that employee engagement survey, number one on the list for our employees, which was most important to them, was pay, compensation, and benefits. Secondly, was stress in the workplace due to pay, compensation, and benefits, and everything else below that was just as far as culture, dealing with a difficult population, and then also management. And so we've made great strides on the management piece. We're making sure that we're sending all of our leaders and supervisors to extensive management training, more management training, putting emphasis on that. So just to have this 10% increase inside the budget at a net zero, that we can free some positions, is definitely a shot in the arm, and it speaks volumes to our employees, to let them know that we're actually listening to them and we know how much this means to them as well. Moving on to the FY 2022 budget, item number one is a statewide increase. It's a increase for teachers' training and experience. According to the Georgia law, teachers get paid based off their training experience and certifications. In years past, this hasn't been funded in our current budget, and so oftentimes when teachers gain those certifications and that experience, they're asking for those certifications. If they go to a traditional public school, they would get those, and so we're asking for that to be placed in the budget in the governor's recommendations for a tune of $227,110. Next item is a statewide increase for teachers' retirement system of 19.6% to the tune of $78,000. And then again, item number three is to utilize existing funds for a 10% increase for our juvenile correctional officers. And again, we're still leveraging that by freezing some vacant positions. And that will conclude our budget presentation. Oh, and I'm sorry, let me go to the bond package. Apologize. And a bond package is recommended for $35,510,000 to be put into our bond package. The biggest things in there really is the construction of a 56-bed housing unit in Muskogee YDC. Muskogee YDC was built in 2005, I believe, and it's cottage style housing, and we're spending significant money each year on keeping and upkeeping that. So putting a 56-bed unit on that campus will allow our staff to have all the youth under one roof and not having separate dorms. Same thing goes for the Augusta campus, YDC campus. Is a construction of a 56-bed facility there, as well as the design for the educational building, which is in pretty bad shape. I want to say Augusta YDC was built in 1964. So as you can imagine, we're spending a significant amount of money for upkeep in that. next significant item on the bond package list is utilizing our contraband detection system. We're trying to go and do a pilot program for placing about 9 body scanners within our secure facilities and utilizing technology that will help deter and detect any kind of contraband or weapons within coming into our secure facilities, which is going to be a huge benefit on many levels. As you all know, most of our staff are female staff, most of our offenders and youth in our care are male. And so when it comes to adequately and effectively searching the youth that come into our care, we can do it a little bit more effectively by utilizing this technology around the state, and also reduces some trauma. As you can all imagine, some of the youth that come to us, if not most, have some type of trauma and triggering actually being strip searched. We can eliminate most of the strip searches unless something is actually detected in that body scanning technology. So we're really excited about the potential of that proposal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. And open to up for any questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Oliver. Appreciate you being here. We have a couple of questions. First would be from Representative Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service to our state in this important endeavor. In your testimony last year, you mentioned 2 items that you were going to focus on in your mission to rehabilitate youth. The first is retention of employees, and I think we may have addressed that with the 10% bump. And the second is the focus on reentry programs. Can you mention anything, an update about how your mission to put the youth back in our community and equip them for the skills necessary to be successful?
Yes, good question. And, that's one of the things we were really focused on this year. And, and part of the advantages with this pandemic, we actually gave us a little bit more time to take a little bit more deeper focus on reentry. And so we leveraged several partnerships during the year. One in particular that particularly comes to my mind is the Slutty Vegan and Pinky Cole Foundation partnership that we went to her, and our reentry team actually reached out to Pinky Cole and her foundation and asked for a partnership, because we know that the key to success and the key to keep these kids out of gangs and criminal activities is get them a job and keep them busy. And so with Pinky Cole and her foundation, what she's done, she set aside, and it's other companies out here too, but she set aside 30 jobs for youth, DJJ involved youth, to come work in her restaurants and her food trucks. Not only that, she's also provided $10,000 scholarships for these DJJ involved youth for continuing education, whether it's college, technical schools, or anything like that. As of last month, when I checked back with her, we do a check-in periodically to see how those 15 kids are doing and see if we have any more in there. We had one of the kids that was featured on Fox News in Atlanta. He was there only 2 weeks, and his dream was to be a manager. And he gave a testimony on the news that, having this opportunity because of DJJ and Pinky Cole Foundation, having this opportunity kept him busy, it kept him off the streets, it kept him out of gang activity, and he had a dream to be a manager. Well, fast forward to December, he was now hired on to, I believe, full-time, and he was promoted to being over logistics for the whole operation. And so, just that alone is a huge success, and we're leveraging businesses and partnerships like that throughout the state. I've been around the state. I've been from, Metro Atlanta to Augusta to Savannah, and trying to create those partnerships. And so after that story and after that testimony from that youth, we've had several agencies, or I should say communities and community partners and businesses reach out to us and want to do the same thing. And so that's one of the things that we're really trying to focus on here, especially this year, is making sure we give our youth an opportunity and a second chance to thrive.
Second question from Representative Chokas.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, could you please tell me the status of the facility in Americus, Georgia?
And that's the one in Sumter?
Sumter County. Yes,
Sumter
sir.
County. Okay, so as part of the last budget cuts, we've closed Sumter, the YDC at Sumter. And so that right now, that facility is offline. There's nobody in it. There's no youth in it. There's no staff in it. We are maintaining the upkeep of it. And so, of course, we're maintaining the utilities, keeping the grass cut, things of that nature over there, in case any event we need to bring it online, or if it could be used in a different capacity.
Okay. May I have a follow-up question? Sure. Thank you. Well, you were talking about expanding facilities and in the bond package and so forth, and you're maintaining this facility to kind of keep up as backup. I'm somewhat confused.
So to expand, we're not really expanding our facility. We're actually shrinking our footprint at our YDCs. And so when you look at the Muskogee, if you've ever been to Muskogee, they're cottage style units. So each housing unit, for example, is separate. And so, and when it was built, it was designed pre-juvenile justice reform. And so it's kind of softer. So the kids can essentially, they can, while they're in their housing unit, they can walk out the door and just go onto the yard. And so with our population that we have now, we're spending a significant amount of money to also make sure that security measures are in place there, and then also maintenance, because it is an older facility. It wasn't built to house the youthful offenders that we have in our custody today. And so we're really not expanding our footprint. I want to say in Muskogee, let me get the actual bed capacity there. In Muskogee, we have 60 beds, 60 beds there right now. And so we're going to put a 56 bed housing unit at that location. The same thing with Augusta. Augusta, we have 100 beds there, and according to national best practices, you don't want, 50 bed facility is kind of where you want to be. And so we're constructing a 56 bed housing unit. So it's not a whole facility per se, it's just a housing unit and where the youth will, of course, sleep and lay their heads, not including any kind of recreational space, educational space, medical, anything like that. So we're not expanding our footprint. And one of the reasons why we maintain our facilities that we close is just so we keep our systems up in case SPC or anybody else has any future use for that property, and we be able to sell it. They don't have to waste money fixing the air unit or fixing or cutting grass or any kind of preventative maintenance. It'll be ready to go if the state so chooses to sell.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, could we speak offline?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chairman Watson, the question.
Mr. Chairman, just excited to see the 10% increase for your employees, but I know you said you were utilizing frozen positions and those funds. Those frozen positions, have they been vacant for a while, or how long have they been vacant? And I'm assuming you don't need those positions anymore going forward?
Well, we're not going to say we're not going to need them going forward, but actually, I think looking at our current population right now, but of course it's kind of skewed due to COVID. Currently, we have 914 youth in our care statewide. And so I think we're with the population that it's been over the last fiscal year and possibly before then, I think we can sustain freezing those 297 positions statewide on both. We make sure that we're not gonna put ourselves in any kind of position to where we're gonna be stretched too thin. But I believe if we have good quality applicants and good quality employees, we pay them enough, hopefully we'll be able to retain them and maintain that level of security inside our secure detention centers.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all the questions we had for you today, Commissioner Oliver. Thank you again, and thank you for participating in the subcommittee hearings that'll be starting very soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and thank you all.
We're running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, so we'll take a quick break, allow for a restroom break, grab a bottle of water if you'd like to, and we'll pick back up right around 9:30, maybe a few minutes before. Members will take your seats. We'll go ahead and get started again. 9:29, just a minute early, but I believe our Department of Public Safety is already here. Colonel Wright, I see you and your crew in the back. You're welcome to approach the podium to our left and go ahead and get started.
You ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It is truly an honor for us to be here with y'all this morning. I'm thankful for this opportunity to speak with you and the members of this committee. I have with me this morning Lieutenant Colonel Stephanie Stallings. She's the Director of Administrative and Support Operations. Major Mark Perry, who is our Headquarters Adjutant, and Miss Lori Smith, who is our Comptroller and Chief Financial Officer. I am 3.5 months into my position, and I realize I have a tremendous amount to learn about the legislative and budget process. I accept this responsibility with tremendous humility, respect, and concern for the members of this agency. We have a new command staff in place at DPS, and I assure you that we are committed to working closely with our legislators. Our commitment is to be transparent and responsive to you and the citizens of this state. We know the closer that we work with you, we will achieve better results while providing safety to the citizens of this state. Before we leave today, I intend to provide each of you with information on how you can contact any member of our command staff at any time that you need them. Effective, responsive communication with you is our priority. The command staff expectation of each member of this agency is to build meaningful and lasting relationships, both internally and externally. We realize this is the spirit in moving our agency forward to a brighter and more sustainable future. I assure you our commitment will always be to work hard for the employees of this agency and the citizens of this state. We believe the positive interactions with our employees that our employees make every single day with members of the public will pay huge dividends for this agency, this state, and the law enforcement profession. We expect every member of our agency to be leaders in their communities and leaders in the law enforcement profession. I'd like to direct your attention to some of the photographs that Ms. Lori will share with you as I speak this morning. The Department of Public Safety regularly participates in community-related activities to support and keep us in touch with those that we serve. This past year, we proudly participated in Faith in Blue events across the state. During National Faith in Blue Weekend, law enforcement leaders partnered with faith-based leaders to focus on commonalities between the two and the importance of building positive, sustainable relationships. Also, each year, DPS partners with local Toys for Tots organizers. Since 2009, our employees have collected almost $1 million in monetary donations to help with Toys for Tots program and almost 500,000 toys. Each year, troopers and officers participate in the annual Shop with a Cop events in their local communities. This is a great opportunity for our agency to make memorable Christmases and lasting impressions on these children. Connecting with our youth at a young age helps us to establish trust and promotes the future of our agency. Finally, DPS members were very proud to participate in Clark's Christmas for Kids for the second year in a row. As an agency, our people love their communities and they serve with a servant's heart. The people of our agency stand tall in the face of tremendous adversity, provocation, and challenge. This has never before been truer than it has been in 2020. As the command staff, we appreciate the contributions of each employee and recognize that our employees are our most valuable resource. Without them, there is no Department of Public Safety. We are committed to rewarding and recognizing them for their sacrifices. Without law enforcement, there is no peace in our communities and there is no freedom in our daily lives. In our society, there are the protectors and the protected. Our agency has proudly served and protected during the most difficult time witnessed in modern history. We are all proud to be the #1 state to do business. But most importantly, we need to be the safest #1 state to do business, to live, and to raise our families. I am proud of the men and women in our agency. They are compassionate and professional. DPS has taken on additional duties since March of 2020. With the arrival of the coronavirus, the Department of Public Safety was tasked as the lead agency in enforcing the governor's executive order. To date, We have answered over 3,300 calls for service related to the executive order. In addition to answering calls, the Department of Public Safety officers have assisted with the closure of Georgia's beaches and provided security at quarantine sites and testing locations around the state. DPS staffed the State Operations Center and became the lead ESF 13 agency to coordinate and distribute much-needed PPE, medicine, and ventilators from the Strategic National Stockpile. Our employees even took on the task of assembling much-needed ventilators. We've coordinated over 1,400 relays, of which 783 were handled by our department. DPS has recently conducted 33 relays of the COVID vaccine. Our agency has also been affected by COVID. We've had a total of 453 employees affected by the virus, and 192 have tested positive with the virus. As we do with any natural disaster, DPS responded to tornado damage in North and South Georgia during the pandemic. Our members are always poised to respond to your communities when crisis strikes. Additionally, DPS has been responding to civil unrest around the state, but most significantly here in the Atlanta metro area. Since May 29th, the Department of Public Safety has protected state assets while partnering with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, DNR, DCS, DOC, DJJ, GEMA, and the National Guard. Because of the trust and relationships that we share between these state agencies and the leadership of Governor Kemp, we have not experienced the violence seen in many other states across the nation. We have increased our presence in Atlanta many weekends in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department to assist with protests and civil unrest. The election cycle also brought civil unrest to our state, which created additional security concerns for our employees, visitors, and our property. We've increased personnel and added patrols to ensure people and property were safe. Our staff has worked closely with GSAC and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to monitor, evaluate, and constantly update our security operations. This has been an ongoing and time-consuming process while continuing to do the normal job that troopers and officers around the state are required to do each and every day. We are thankful for the relationships in state government. I'd like to take this opportunity to also to inform the committee that we have implemented security upgrades here at the Capitol. We have a strong partnership with GBA, and together we have and continue to make improvements. The most notable is the fence currently under construction that will protect the Capitol. I'll be happy to discuss any of the other upgrades that we've done offline because it's imperative that we protect the integrity of the safety measures that we put in place. Moving on to the budget, Mr. Chairman, please refer to the governor's budget book for amended fiscal year 2021, page 262, and fiscal year 2022, page 263. The Department of Public Safety fully supports the governor's budget recommendations for the amended fiscal year 21, which includes $12,390,000 to provide one-time funds for the purchase of 321 vehicles. We also support the fiscal year 2022 recommendation of $3,176,833 to fund a 75-person trooper school. The 111th trooper school is tentatively set to start September 2021 and will graduate April of 2022. Our plan is to start class with 100 cadets with a goal to graduate 75. I'll just take a note that currently the 110th Trooper School is in session now. It has 54 cadets in it. We've had an outbreak with COVID, so we've had to take a short break with that class, and we've sent them home for a pause, and we'll resume here in a couple of weeks. We're currently evaluating how other states are adjusting policies to increase recruiting levels. We will be forward-thinking as we look to the future of DPS. We support the governor's recommendation for a bond package in the amount of $775,000. This is to purchase a FLIR system for one helicopter and provide an upgrade for the downlink system. These FLIR systems are essential when locating escaped or missing persons and monitoring protests and crowds during darkness. The ability to monitor and track the movement of unlawful behavior under the cover of darkness is priceless. The upgrade will provide a better image quality from a much greater distance. Once this additional FLIR is added, all of our 407 aircraft will be equipped with the FLIR capabilities. Our aircraft capabilities support every region of the state. Local agencies rely heavily on our aviation unit and its FLIR support. DPS also supports the governor's recommendation for a bond package for the construction of a new headquarters building at a cost of $56,410,000. Stevens and Wilkinson Architecture was selected as the architecture firm. Turner Construction has been selected as the construction firm. The plans are complete, and we are currently in the design development phase and preparing the construction documents. The site has been prepped and is ready for groundbreaking. The new facility will be located on the same site as the old police academy on our existing state complex. The construction time is estimated to be 18 to 20 months. DPS supports the governor's recommendation for a bond package of $655,000 for the acquisition of one mobile tower and the construction of 2 stationary towers. A 300-foot tower will be constructed at Post 20 Dublin and one at Post 14 Donaldson, Colquitt. And this will increase and enhance our communications in middle and southwest Georgia. Both towers will provide better communications during emergency situations, particularly in situations as the hurricanes. The mobile tower will provide us the opportunity to set up temporary communications when we lose a tower or communications in a particular area. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation this morning. I'll be glad to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Colonel. You do have a few questions. The first comes from the Chairman of Public Safety on the Senate side again, Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you so much for the work of your leadership, your staff and team. What you have done over this last year plus has certainly been extraordinary. The professionalism and service does not go unnoticed. And first, let me just say that we have your backs. Secondarily, one of the things that you and I have talked about a little and we've been working on for years is the number of troopers we have. Can you share with us the number of active troopers we have right now?
Yes, sir. We currently are at 783 sworn members right now on the patrol side, and we are around 240 on the motor carrier side.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it true that the number of GSP that we have on the road is a direct equation to how many people will typically lose as a loss of life in traffic accidents every year?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to follow up, one of the things that we've been trying to work on in the past and hoping that we can get a lot of support for moving forward is we have actually less troopers on the road today than we did when Georgia had 5 million people. And knowing that we're eclipsing somewhere around the 11 million number, hopefully, you know, with your trooper school that's currently in place, but others to follow, we can recruit folks. What is the single biggest challenge you're facing as far as recruiting new officers?
Well, Senator, I think most importantly is the current environment that we face. You know, I tell people all the time that people look at the news and they don't have to look far. And these kids and these young people who are looking at us and looking at our profession, they see they're potentially one traffic stop away from being on the national news. And that's scary. So that is a challenge for us. You know, money will always help. We are it's a very competitive market. We're going to have to do things to incentivize people to look to our profession. One of the things that when a couple of years ago we did we went around the state and held one-on-one meetings with the staff. And believe it or not, one of the biggest concerns that the young people coming into this profession have is retirement. They're very concerned about retirement. That is the number one question they ask.
Thank you, Colonel. And final question, if I could. As we look forward, we did a good job, I believe, several years ago in having a very large pay increase for our state law enforcement officers. And we were down at the very bottom of that list. That really rose us up into the rankings. However, since then, I know in talking to some of our counterparts in other states, they have done the same. I'd like to ask you at our subcommittee meetings if you could bring maybe an updated salary schedule of where we're falling in comparison to other states, so we can be able to have some good math and facts behind that.
Yes, sir. I
Thank
sure
you.
will.
Vice Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for your presentation and your service to our great state. I, along with many in this room, have done ride along with the State Patrol to find out what happens in the field to get more acclimated. One of the concerns that several of the members that I have talked with is regarding communication, the ability to communicate with local law enforcement. I noticed you mentioned the construction of 2 communication towers throughout the state. Going forward, is there a plan? Is there a grand plan in place to allow you to communicate more effectively over the radio with the locals as you're spotting a suspicious and you need backup, and there's one, I can hit one link in order to gain access to local law enforcement people? Or is it because we have such a massive different communication systems throughout the state that this is untenable at this time? It's kind of like being hot in the summer. There's not a lot you could do about that.
Well, the problem that we run into across the state is a lot of local agencies have their own radio systems, and that's challenging for us because when we work in, obviously different counties and many jurisdictions across the state. So what we have found is at the local level, we have had to put some of the troopers have 2 and 3 radios in their cars because just to have that ability to communicate. Those 2 towers that we spoke of earlier, that's a starting point for building a statewide communication center when we put these towers up. It is one of the things that keeps me up at night is our ability for our officers, our troopers and officers to be able to communicate effectively and make sure that somebody's going to answer that radio. We desperately need a statewide communication system in this state, because if we don't, it's something that was, the 9/11 Commission, after 9/11, it was one of the biggest concerns that came out of that commission report. And it's one of the things that haunts us. If we ever have a huge disaster in the state, it's going to be something that's going to be hindering us to effectively communicate. So it's certainly something that's got to have progress and continue to work.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman, would it be possible? You need to move on.
Sure, go ahead.
In that regards, in my actual ride along, there was an individual was pulled over. We did not have a cell service. We didn't have radio service. There was no way even to check the license. So in parts of the state, there is the deserts, the communication deserts, and I am pleased that one of your priorities is addressing the communication issue, because it's vital for your people. I appreciate you doing that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for what you do to keep our citizens safe. My question is, I'm glad to see we're investing in aviation and a new helicopter and the equipment for the aircraft. Are we looking at any drone technology or any cutting edge technology from drones? Yes, sir. We actually have drones within our agency. Our SCIRT team utilizes drones to map scenes. I think that was one of the things that was presented last year in the presentation. It's a very high-tech system to where when we have a fatal crash on the interstate, in the past, the interstate could be shut down for hours. Now the ability with this new drone system that we have, they can literally map that scene in 30 minutes and get the roadway back open. Our SWAT team uses the drone system. We have about 50 drones within our agency right now that we're utilizing. And it's not just for us. We use anytime a local agency needs that use, anytime the Department of Transportation needs them to help map roadways. it's a resource that goes well beyond our agency, and we always extend that partnership to help anybody that we can use those resources with.
Thank you, Colonel. I think we have a few questions online. Chairman England.
Yes, sir. Okay. The first one's from Representative Roger Bruce. Given what has happened in Washington, D.C., do you have the resources in place to anticipate any issues here in Georgia to protect our capital? And if not, what is needed?
Yes, sir. We as many of you probably noticed as you came in this morning, we certainly have the resources here on the grounds and within a very close proximity if we have any issues. We are constantly monitoring and evaluating the intel that comes in from GSAC and the FBI to adjust our security operations plan. We've had no issues to this point, and so we're well poised to handle any situation.
Good deal. Next one's from down on the coast, Representative Al Williams. What is considered full strength? And I guess he's referring to troopers on the road.
Well, I don't know if there's an exact number. You know, we've talked about the number of 860 in years past, but we've always had a goal of trying to get to 1,000 troopers on the roadway since I've been on 28 years.
Okay. And the next one, and it's the last one I've got on here, is from a fellow that might know just a little bit about what y'all do, Chairman Hitchens. And he's just basically making a comment that while manpower is an issue, for the first time that he's aware, retention of mid-career personnel is becoming a bigger issue. Troopers leaving to go to local agencies is a reversal of what we've seen through the history of DPS. And, you know, I know we run into that on fresh folks coming in, but as he's seen, and I have too, and I'm sure y'all have, is that we've got some of the midline folks, mid-career folks that are now moving over. So it's, like I said, it's more of a comment, I guess, than a question.
Yes, sir. And I don't mind making a comment about that if you would like. We're looking at some incentives now. One of the options is funding a college incentive pay for education. It's currently outlined in the official code of Georgia. It's been there since the 70s. It's just never been fully funded or never been funded. This would provide an incentive pay for levels of academic achievement. Other agencies in Georgia, local agencies, are already utilizing this as a recruiting and a retention tool. We currently have, we just looked at all this, so I've got some numbers here on it. We currently have 119 employees with associate's degrees, 198 with bachelor degrees, and 49 with master's degrees. We hope in the future to be able to provide $3,000, $5,000, and $6,000 respectively for these degree achievements. We've been working with OPB to see if that funding source is, you know, sustainable in the future under our current budget. Our communications personnel, we're seeing them leave as well, leave to go to 911 centers in the state. We'd like to provide them with an incentive pay once they complete their mandated 911 training. That's a new mandated training that all of the communications personnel have to go through. And so we're also discussing that option with OPB as well. The college incentive pay and the incentive pay for the communications operators under our current numbers, it's about a physical impact of about $2.8 million is what it would take to do that. The other thing, like Chairman Hitchens mentioned, troopers now, once they get to 7.5 years of service, they tap out at the level of rank structure that they move into. And that's with a TFC 3 and an MCO 3. So once they make that rank at 7.5 years, unless they're participating in a competitive rank, that's it for them. So from there until they retire, unless, you know, we give them a raise, they don't get anything else. So there's not an incentive for them to stay beyond that point. So one of the things we like to do is offer this, re-implement a senior and master trooper program. And as a senior trooper, maybe something like 2.5%, and once they get 20 years on as a master trooper, maybe 5%. And that would keep the compression under our current rank structure at those levels. And right now, I'll just tell you how many people we have, just to show you the level of seniority that we have in our agency. We have We only have 101 senior trooper and motor carrier officers that have 12 to 19 years on, and we only have 52 master troopers and officers on the agency at this time. So you can see the majority of our agency is very young. We're a young agency now. And if we did that, those numbers that I just spoke about, that's about a $508,000 physical impact on our agency. One of the other things, since we're mentioning this, I'll put this to you as well, Mr. Chairman, is we not only see our sworn members leaving and having a difficulty recruiting and retaining them, but we have the same issue on our civilian staff. Our civilian staff, we spend a tremendous amount of time training and educating them about state government, and only for them to leave and go to local governments. We don't have a system in place for the tenure that they have with us. So we're also looking at that with OPB and seeing what a physical impact it would mean for us to try to give people an incentive to stay with us based on their tenure. And based on our numbers, we can try to fix that problem with about $291,000 as far as the physical impact goes.
We're making some notes here, Colonel. Chairman England, do you have any other questions online? No. There's also the online questions. Any more questions from the committee members who are present? Seeing none, Colonel, thank you so much. Congratulations on your new position, and thank you for what you're doing for our state.
Thank you. We appreciate what y'all do for us each and every day. And please know that y'all's safety here at this building and around Capitol Hill is our utmost priority when you're here. If there's anything that we can ever do for any of you, please don't hesitate to reach out and call on us, because we're here to help and serve y'all as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're slightly ahead of schedule once again, but let's see if we've got the Supreme Court online. Chief Justice Melton, are you online here with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you well. If you don't mind starting a few minutes early, we'll go ahead and cede that time over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman England. Thank you for your thoughtfulness and how you've arranged for us to participate with you today. I have with me online Justice Boggs. I see Justice Bethel. I believe our Clerk of Court, T. Barnes, is on the call, and also our Director of Fiscal Affairs, Ms. Regina Jones. If it's satisfactory to you, what I plan to do with this time is to give you a general overview of what the courts have been doing across the state, all classes of court during the pandemic. I'll give you an outline of our Supreme Court budget request and overdue of the judicial finances statewide. And then what I would plan to do is turn it over to Justice Boggs to give you a slightly more detailed look at the Judicial Council budget. With that, let me just give you an overview of what the court's been doing since the pandemic hit. As you know, we entered our first judicial emergency order in March of 2020. We have a Judicial Emergency Act, which we are thankful for. It's a legislative directive about what I, as the Chief Justice, and what Chief Judges can do across the state in the event of an emergency. It showed a lot of forethought, and it helped structure and organize our responses. But in March, when we issued our first order, we directed the courts to scale down to all but the essential functions. You might know also that under the Emergency Act, our orders last for 30 days, so they have to be renewed for after every 30 days for as long as the governor has a public health emergency. So we scaled down to all but essential functions. Those functions were defined as those functions that are necessary to protect the health and safety and liberty of individuals. A few examples of the kinds of things we're looking at are search warrants and arrest warrants, bond reviews, domestic abuse for temporary protective orders are, of course, very front and center, restraining orders, juvenile court emergency removal matters, orders necessary to make kids safe, and of course, mental health commitment hearings. One of the things I like to point out and feel like I need to point out is that our courts did not close. We often use closure as a shorthand for scaling back, but we did not close. Every class of court had work that it had to do that only the courts could do to keep our communities and safe and functioning in the way that we have to carry on. And so everybody had work to do, as identified by the list of things that I just listed. And in addition, the courts did all the work necessary to reduce jail populations, to keep those communities safe, and to keep those jail populations from growing. So there's a big focus on having bond hearings and initial appearances with remote technology as quickly as possible, and providing alternatives to sending people to the jails. I see that Presiding Justice Namis has joined us. I want to point him out to you as well. I do want to give a shout out to our accountability courts, especially our mental health courts. When we issued our initial order and tried to define what was an essential service, I urged our courts not to be legalistic in what that meant. If they had a participant in their accountability courts who they knew might unravel in the midst of this pandemic, but they could help if they only reached out and conducted a little bit of contact, then we urge them to do that if they could do so safely. And our accountability courts across the state have done that, and I'm proud of their willingness and eagerness to be mission oriented and not be legalistic. So they have continued to reach out and keep their participants within arm's reach during this time. Since then, the Judicial Council, which is the governing body for all the courts, our Judicial Council has met 30 times since March of last year. By way of comparison, our Judicial Council usually has 4 regularly scheduled meetings each year. We met 30 times. In addition to that, I have conducted, along with the presiding justice, town hall meetings with the Superior Court judges, the state court judges, the magistrate court judges, and the Superior Court clerks. You should know that the prevailing theme in what we've been urging in all our orders and most of our conversations is virtual, virtual, virtual. We wanted the courts to maximize the ability to conduct proceedings in a virtual manner. We've learned some things in the process. There are some tools that we will use going forward, even after COVID. I doubt that we'll have the jail transports that you're used to seeing. We've learned that we can accomplish those goals and objectives using virtual technology in a much safer and cost-effective manner. But that's the main stress that we've been making. In addition to that, when you do have in-person proceedings, we've urged our courts to do so in much smaller groups. That has had an impact on the court's abilities to get through their case logs at a pace that they're accustomed to. But when you do in person, the courts have to do those in much smaller groups with much more distancing than in the past. And then the courts have been working towards reinitiating all services other than jury trials. And again, everything is slower in doing that, and it takes twice as long, sometimes even longer, to work through a calendar or to get through a case log because of the way we have to do it under the COVID world. So the first order was issued in March. By June, we reimposed the filing deadlines and got all those timelines moving again. By July, I created a COVID task force that was chaired and is chaired by then Judge Sean LaGrua, now Justice Sean LaGrua as of yesterday. And that task force consisted of representatives from each class of court and the clerks of the Superior Court. And it also included participation by a cross-section of the bar, all cross-sections of the bar. And this task force has been responsible for developing guidelines and principles for all local courts to follow for everything they do, starting with how you pull into the parking lot, to how you get on the elevators, how you go through the security lines, where the participants sit, what kind of safety mechanisms are in place, whether they're plexiglass shields or face masks or shields or both, you name it, all the way through the court process. So that was created in July. In September, we opened up grand jury proceedings. In October, we opened up jury trials. In December, we had to backtrack on the opening of jury trials from October, and we had to shut down jury trials again. That was based on public health advice, and I'll just share with you some numbers just to give you a picture of what we were responding to. So in July, mid-July of 2020, that was our largest peak up until that point. If you look at the graph on the Department of Health website, you'll see this. But July of 2020 was our biggest peak, and you see the 7-day moving average of new cases at about 3,600. In October, when we opened up for jury trials, that number had decreased to about a third of that July peak, down to about 1,200. In December, we see a gigantic spike. In December, we doubled that July peak to about 7,200. And so we felt compelled, based on the public health guidance, to shut down jury trials. We are watching that very closely. We have some governing principles that have been in place throughout. And the first is informed by the fact that when courts are doing business, we are compelling people to attend, not just the parties in a case, but the employees that have to come into the courthouse, the witnesses that have to come into the courthouse. And for jury trials, we're telling people, the citizens of this state, to get up off their couch and come into our buildings. And so we feel like we have a higher obligation to ensure the safety of all those who come into our facilities. And we've been very careful about how we do that. The judges across the state are very mindful of the backlog. And I personally want to open up jury trials as soon as we can, considering all the factors that have to be considered. The judges are working very hard to dig out of this backlog. It is a slog, and it's going to take some time, because it's a slower process. You may know that one of the ways that courts are able to move through their calendars is by having massive calendar calls. You bring a bunch of people in, and the pressure of even walking into a courthouse oftentimes is enough for the parties to be able to find resolution. Well, we can't bring in the mass numbers of people into the building to even apply that pressure. And so all that means that we have to nibble at the backlog as best we can, and it's going to take some time. Meanwhile, the courts across the state, local courts, have been reconfiguring their courtrooms. They have been acquiring and distributing PPEs. They are engaged in updating their air systems, acquiring new space that's bigger and more expansive so we can spread out. And just by way of example, what we're having to do a lot more now is when a court has a jury trial, it's not the case that all the judges in that circuit can have a jury trial on the same day. One judge will use maybe 2 or 3 different courtrooms just to spread out the participants. One courtroom might be used just for the observers. So that gives you an idea of the kind of space that's required and the impact on the pace of being able to dig out of the jury trial backlog. Our judges have been very mission focused. They've been determined to work through and work long to get out of the backlog and find a new normal to serve the citizens of this state. As for our court has adjusted very well and adjusted very quickly. We adapted right out the gate towards oral arguments by video. Our court has no backlog at all, and I'm proud to say that both our court and the Court of Appeals have met all deadlines, which, as you know, we have a 2-term rule under our Constitution that says that all cases have to be decided within 2 terms of court, and we've been able to do that. In terms of the workload of our court, our new case filings have been down are down by about 14% compared to last year. There had been an upward trend. And so once the trial courts are able to work through their backlog, we do expect that we'll see that downfall, that drop be filled, and we'll see that upward trend continue. Meanwhile, our judges have been very involved in the administrative matters that we on the Supreme Court have divided amongst ourselves. There's been several rule changes. There are changes that each class of court has implemented that we approve and been actively involved in to maximize use of virtual technology. We've changed rules to allow for continuing legal education to be done by video at in a more accessible fashion. And then also, and first, and even larger than all that, the move to a virtual bar exam was huge. The process of convincing that the very stressed third-year graduates of law school that they're going to take the bar for the first time by video and it'll be fine was a huge undertaking. We were able to do that. We were pleased with the outcomes. But there are many other ways in which our court has been involved in just the governance matters throughout the judiciary as we've had the shift. Turning to our budget, I do want to just point out, big picture, that our court participated fully and earnestly last year when we were asked to submit 14% cuts. I also want to add that all justices of our court voluntarily offered the furlough equivalent of up to 13 days. In doing that, we expressed our concern that the 14% cuts would have a devastating impact on our ability to do what you expect us to do and what we are called to do under our Constitution and under the laws of this state. And you clearly were very sensitive to that, and we thank you for how you struck the balance there, resulting in about a 5.3% reduction as opposed to a 14%. That 5.3 reduction is slightly higher than the judicial branch average of 4.37%. And as discussed in a little bit, we were able to meet those reductions largely by taking cuts out of our IT budget. As far as the supplemental budget is concerned, we have two requests. The first request is to restore savings that were resulted from a term clerk position when Justice Blackwell left our court. We had a lull in filling that position, and we were able to save $50,000. But you see the request for $50,776 is to make sure that that money is there now for the term clerk who has now begun. And then item 2 in the supplemental budget is for $14,560. That also relates to some degree to Justice Blackwell's departure. When we moved into the new building, we had funding for new furniture for each of the justices in the new justices' chambers in the new building. Justice Blackwell, however, had his own furniture, so we never bought furniture for his chambers. And when he left, oddly enough, he took his furniture with him. And so we are asking for money to purchase that furniture. It was initially allocated for us, it was not spent, and it ultimately was spent for other purposes, not related to our court. So those are the two items that we're asking for the supplemental budget. In the big budget, there are several items that we are requesting. First, you'll see the item that I mentioned before that's in the supplemental budget of $50,776. And then dropping down to item 2, there are funds we're requesting for $97,500. I will point out that those funds are for our IT department, which was cut 214,000 throughout the process, budgetary process last year. We're asking for 97,500. That consists of replacing 2 server nodes. Those server nodes cost 90,000 total, $90,000. We have 6 that we ultimately that we have 6 nodes total, server nodes total, but we want to purchase and replace 2 of those. And then we probably will need to come back and replace those other ones at a later date. And then $7,500 will cover the cost for repair and streaming equipment that we were utilizing at a much higher rate. So the total request for item 2 is $97,500. Item 3 is just basic court supplies and materials in the amount of $65,516. That restores a cut of $65,000, and actually we are spending slightly more than what was cut. And then also, and item 4 is the GBA maintenance and repairs costs. That amount is for $26,654. We have an item that we did not include in our budget submissions to the governor. This is for IT personnel in the amount of $95,698. And I want to just pause here and make the case for this request. Our Supreme Court currently has 3 IT personnel. The Court of Appeals has 3, just by way of comparison. But I want to tell you what our 3 IT personnel are involved with. They support the Supreme Court, the Office of Bar Admissions, and the Reporter of Decisions, and the Statewide Business Court. We just recently started assisting with the Statewide Business Court. The Supreme Court has 75 personnel, full-time employees, plus 15 law school interns. The Office of Bar Admissions has 9 full-time employees, and the Office of Bar Admissions, as you are aware, conducts the bar exam, and this year was a huge undertaking to be able to undertake that exam in a virtual format. The Reporter of Decisions is the office that publishes all our opinions, both for our court and the Court of Appeals. Our IT folks support that entity, and our IT folks have volunteered to do all the IT work for the business court, which has 7 full-time employees and 3 interns. And more recently, they started streaming their hearings, and our IT folks are supporting each hearing that they are conducting. So we did not initially put that in our request, but we are more and more convinced that we're going to need that. So with your indulgence, we do ask that you consider our request for $95,698 for an additional IT person that would be dedicated to cyber security and network security. Item 5 is a rent allocation. That one can get confusing. I'll be happy to go into detail. Probably need our fiscal folks to help explain that. But if you have questions about that, that's what we're being billed by the Georgia Building Authority. The request there is an amount for $516,253. And then likewise, we have the National Center for State Courts, a request for $220,328. That amount is based on our population. They had worked with us during our budget cuts. And what they said this year was, we will take a reduction in what we pay to them that's equivalent to the cuts that we've taken as a state agency. And so this number reflects an 11% discount from what we would otherwise be billed. I will point out that if you draw a line above the cybersecurity insurance, below the IT security analyst position, and you remove the GBA and the National Centers for State Courts funding piece, our total request, it represents a 2.38% increase. And so when you add these pass-through items that are added to our budget, then the total results in about a 7.57% increase. The National Center for State Courts serves all classes of court throughout the state, not just our court. It just happens to be in our budget because it has to be somewhere. At one point, it was within the administrative office of the court budget, but now it's in our court budget. I also now we'll turn it over to Justice Boggs to go in a little bit more detail about the Judicial Council budget. I will point out that the Judicial Council, administrative office of the courts in particular, also fully and earnestly participated in a 14% reduction request. The Judicial Council budget resulted in a cut of about 13.35%, which was probably one of the more severe cuts. Many of those cuts were to services and programs that you have favorably received in the past, and we hope to be able to build those back up at a reasonable pace. And I'll turn it over to Justice Boggs to kind of go over those real quickly for you.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning. Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to briefly present the Judicial Council budget. It can be found in Section 6 of both the amended and the big budgets. As you know, the Judicial Council represents a wide array of entities. I serve as the chair of the Standing Committee on Budget for the Judicial Council. Those entities that fall within my purview include the AOC, of course, but also several grant programs that they fund, including domestic violence programs, kinship care programs. They also include councils of various classes of courts, including the municipal, magistrate, probate, and state court councils. Their budget that I handle also includes the Council of Accountability Court Judges, the Institute of Continuing Judicial Education, the JQC, and the Georgia Resource Center. So a wide array of services that are provided within the budget of the Judicial Council. We had been asked last year at the end of the year to meet with former Chairman Andy Welch to present our full budget. We did not request in the amended budget any enhancements. Chairman Welch had requested, however, that we consider some COVID-related matters that had an unfair impact on the AOC. And so we do ask, with your indulgence, to request two enhancement items for the amended fiscal year 21 budget. Those two items are as follows. One is an IT desktop support position. Not unlike other agencies or other entities, the AOC has seen a 650% increase in Judicial Council meetings and IT support for staff and clients due to increased demands resulting from virtual work environments. That IT desktop support position is critically needed in order to comply with all of the various requests that we are now getting that are all really COVID-related positions. That request is $88,654. Chairman Welch had asked that we include that in our amended request now. And so we are doing that. That would be a $54,830 salary for that position, but plus fringe would bring to the request amount of $88,654. The second request for the amended fiscal year budget for the Judicial Council would be $75,000 for the Georgia Courts Registry. The Georgia Courts Registry houses courts' professional information, including CLE credits, memberships, and information on court reporters and interpreters and compliance with all of their requirements. Currently, the vendor won't support the roughly 10,000 records that we maintain there. And so this request would be needed to upgrade and maintain the registry to keep our records secure and accessible to our clients. And so we would ask for favorable consideration of those two requests for the Judicial Council amended fiscal year 21 budget. That's $88,654 for an IT desktop position and $75,000 for the Georgia Courts Registrar upgrade. Those are the two requests for the amended budget. Again, the FY22 budget, the Judicial Council budget is contained within Section 6 which appears beginning on page 5 of HB 81, which is the governor's FY22 budget. We have 4 requests actually 5 requests now that I'd like to make known to the committee. First, we are going to be asking for an increase to the grant for legal services to victims of domestic violence. Just to give you a brief background, the Civil Legal Services to Victims of Domestic Violence grant program has been funded in Georgia since 1999. The funding prior to the cuts last year was $2.5 million. The grant program was cut almost $1 million last year, so we're down to 1.5, and we're asking for $175,000 to restore some of the funding for that grant program that is administered by the AOC. The Civil Services to Domestic Violence grant program provides services to in providing over 3,300 protective orders last year, protecting over 6,000 women, 3,000 children. 691 victims received custody of their children. It is estimated that these grant programs save the state $15 million in providing these services and extra benefits in housing and Social Security and otherwise benefits for these individuals who are victims of domestic violence. So we're trying to inch our way back to the full funding of that very important program, and we're asking for 175. And you'll see that on line 179 of the budget. In addition, you're familiar with the prior request for a grant program administered by the AOC for civil legal services for kinship care families. That program was originally funded at $375. It got increased to $475 in FY20. It was then cut by $249,000. We're asking for $100,000 to be added to the big budget to inch our way back to full funding for the Kinship Care for Families program. As you know, the purpose of the appropriation was to allow for permanent funding to formalize legal custody arrangements between caregivers and their children to ensure that homes would remain safe and stable. I provided you last year and will again provide you this year with a flyer outlining the particulars of who was served and how many people were served. But just to reacquaint you, over 1,140 children were served last year, 809 cases. 57 of the cases were families for outside of the 5 major counties. They saved over $4.2 million in providing these services. And of course, largely that is because of the avoidance of these children going into the foster care system and implicating the per diem that the state pays to foster care families. So we're trying to inch our way back to full funding for the kinship care program. You'll see on line 180 that we're asking for a restoration of $100,000 in previously cut funds. Next on line 181, we're asking for the juvenile data exchange program funding. Just to briefly outline for you, JDEX is a statewide repository related to juvenile delinquency matters in juvenile courts. This enhancement would allow for the day-to-day operation of JDEX to continue for use by juvenile courts statewide. It allows JDEX to increase the number of group users, expand access, and really helps with a unified repository of juvenile data for best practices in juvenile courts. That funding would require $243,945, and that's what we're asking in the big budget. Next, on line 182, we're asking for $236,113 to be added to the big budget for the operation of a weighted caseload project. As you know, the weighted caseload project, this is a one-time funding request. It will be used to contract with the National Center of State Courts to perform an assessment, a comprehensive review, if you will, update and extension of our judicial weighted caseload system to bring it in line with state-of-the-art practices. And as you know, that system is used exclusively in our state to determine the need for additional judicial officers and judges across our state. The last request, which is not included in our budget submissions, but we would like to add to our FY22 budget request, is a one-time ask of $21,600. That is for a child support collaborative grant, federal grant. This is a one-time state match. This is in order to conduct a study to upgrade our child support guidelines. The grantor of that federal grant is the Georgia Department of Human Resources. The federal grant requires a 36% state match. And that state match here would be $21,600, but it is a required and mandated study. And we would ask that that 21,000, which we don't need until July, would be included in the big budget. So I'm happy to answer questions, Mr. Chairman, but those are the budget requests for the supplemental and big budgets on behalf of the Judicial Council.
Thank you, Justice Boggs, and thank you, Chief Justice Melton, for your presentation earlier as well. We've got a few questions here in the audience, and we'll roll through those, and then we may have some more that come in online as well. I think Representative LaRicchia, do you have a question? We got 82, and that was on, and then it's back off. Let's see what we got online. Now we got Representative Perkle. Was that inadvertent? Was that on purpose? Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking down my notes. The Georgia Courts Registry. This is for Justice Boggs. You mentioned 75,000 on your wish list for fiscal the amended budget for upgrade and maintain of that registry. Is that just a one-time deal, or is this an ongoing expense regarding the Georgia Courts Registry?
Thank you, Mr. Representative. It's my understanding it's a one-time request. The current vendor that provides those services will not support the current software that we have. And so this is a one-time upgrade. If that's different, I will certainly let you know, but that is my understanding, that the request is for a one-time upgrade in order to ensure that all of those 10,000 records are maintainable and accessible by the various entities that use that registry.
We got one online.
And this is from Representative Mary Margaret Oliver. During the pandemic, the courts that do not have e-filing options have been particularly handicapped. Do you think the current restricted options to in-person court traffic will speed e-filing options to more court or for more courts?
If I understand the question, I think the answer is absolutely. Courts that are not technologically wired to conduct their business in a way that maximizes the efficiencies are feeling a lot of pressure to get there. The practical effect of that, though, is that the cost to get there is a new cost that the local governments are carrying. But yes, the pressure is there to develop the electronic options that will make the processes move a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently.
We've got a quick question that came in. I'll ask. Sorry, I think my mic went off on that. You talked about backlog, Chief Justice Melton, and the backlog with the court. The Supreme Court had no backlog, and we understand that's because cases are working their way up through the system that will eventually reach your and Justice Boggs' desk. This may be a better question for Justice Boggs with the council. One of the things that looks like our subcommittee folks are asking about would be the backlog in other courts, cases of courts. So your Superior Court, State Court, Juvenile, et cetera, and also potentially if I'm reading this correctly, the cases that have been filed as well as the cases that have been closed, and trying to look at a comparison so we can see, maybe have an idea where that log jam is going to be moving and can help you fund appropriately.
So I'll give you, I won't give you hard numbers, but I will give you just some perspective. I will say this, the reason why our court has been able to work without a backlog is somewhat in part due to the cases that aren't coming just yet from the trial court, but also because, probably to a larger extent, we've been able to do 100% of what we need to do virtually without any hardship whatsoever. So we're not as impacted. I just drew a blank on what I was trying to answer for. Oh, the backlog. So if you just look at it from the standpoint of having gone a year without jury trials, you can easily measure that we have a year's worth of jury trials that are waiting to be heard, in addition to the cases that were already sitting in wait. Add to that, that we will not be able to move through that at the normal pace. So it can easily take a year to up to 2 years to dig out of the jury trial backlog. If that helps, give some perspective there.
It does. Thank you. And just in preparing for when the subcommittees meet, it looks like they may be asking you about the cases that have been filed and closed. Again, not so much in the Supreme Court, but in the lower cases of courts or lower categories of courts. That may come up.
Yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions that we have online and all the ones that we have here in person. Chief Justice Melton, thank you so much for your time that you've given us today, but also that you've given our state as you've moved us through these judicial emergency orders. It's been very well thought out, and I appreciate the diligence that you and the other justices and other members of the judiciary have put into the thought processes involved here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be with you today.
Thank you, Justice Boggs.
Thank you. Honored to be with you. Thank you.
I think now we have the Superior Courts are up next, and I believe it's going to be Judge Amaro, if I'm correct, and there's others with him as well. Judge Amaro, are you online with us now?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can. And if you want to introduce the other folks who are with you, feel free to do so as well.
Well, what I'm going to do is turn this over to Judge Wade Padgett, who has been charged with the task of preparing and presenting today. But let me just say how thankful I am for the opportunity for us to be here and to be with you and to share with you some of our experience at the trial court level over the course of this pandemic. At the same time that we go over our FY21, FY22 budget requests. So we consider it an honor and privilege to be here. At this time, I'm just going to turn it over to Judge Padgett. I'll fill in perhaps a little bit after him with some thoughts and observations to the extent that appears to be necessary, and I'm also available for questions. Judge Padgett.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery, Chairman England. I want to thank you and thank the legislature for allowing us to appear. I know that we are not normally a part of this process, and so your invitation caused us a bit of curiosity initially, but we are extremely grateful for the opportunity to tell you how we have been able to work through the obstacles of COVID. I know we get tired of using the word unprecedented, but unless we were to compare what we have been doing for the last year to what was going on in 1918 and 1919, it would be really hard to compare apples to apples. This is something that none of us were prepared for, and that we scrambled to ensure that our courthouses remained open. You know, when you run for a leadership position in any group, but particularly one like this, you think you know what you're getting into. And past President Sean LaGrua, now Justice Sean LaGrua, President Amaro, Secretary Treasurer Art Smith, and I, we had no idea what we were signing up for when we joined leadership of the Council of Superior Court Judges during 2020. And the same is true for the legislature and for the governor and for everybody in the state, frankly. In a moment, I'm going to address all the challenges that we have faced and what we have done to try to work through them. But I think it would be a little disingenuous for us to not acknowledge that while we have had some struggles, there are people in our state, there are colleagues that have lost their lives, and it seems almost by comparison silly sometimes to talk about how we have struggled, but one of our colleagues, Judge Horace Johnson, former president of this council, lost his life on July 1, literally hours after getting off of a Zoom call, a Zoom hearing that he was conducting while he was COVID positive. We have had 3 probate court judges, Nancy Stevenson, Karen Batten, and John Payne, who have all passed away due to COVID-19 complications. I am aware that recently a municipal court judge, Judge McGovern, has passed away from COVID. So by comparison to their families, we say we understand that we have not struggled We understand, and we are forever grateful for the devotion and service of those judges. Given how difficult it is to make that transition from that reality to talking about budgets and struggles, I think Judge Johnson would expect nothing less, because he led this organization with a great deal of zeal, and we're going to do the same thing. 2020 presented a huge challenge to our entire state, obviously, and for the Superior Courts were certainly not immune to that challenge. On a moment's notice, by comparison to centuries and centuries of law, on a moment's notice, we had to rethink and retool a system that not only has the technical challenges that everybody has struggled with, but it has constitutional and legal parameters that we're required to meet, that we can't just gloss over or work through or have a Zoom hearing through. The technology that some of our judges needed wasn't available. You may recall that between probably April and midsummer at least, you couldn't find video cameras and certain computers and certain equipment that they had never had a need for before. Some of our colleagues in rural areas of this state did not have sufficient bandwidth at the courthouses to even make a video hearing possible. So they had to start with internet service providers and trying to get enough bandwidth into the building, then get the technology, then work through the logistics of how to make what has been for centuries an in-person personal event court into a virtual one. Our judges have adamantly, and with the leadership of the Chief Justice, to be fair, have adamantly and consistently maintained and ensured that our courthouses remained open to the public. Our judges are eager to work, and I think that across the state, they've been pretty innovative in how they have gone about figuring out how to make something that has been a personal experience into a virtual one. Judge Tane Kell recently wrote a letter that was published in the Daily Report that talked about his experience during the pandemic. And frankly, he said a lot of what all of our other judges, as I have talked to in preparation for today, have said, that there was an initial slow period where we tried to figure out what to do, that we immediately rolled up our sleeves and realized we had to keep the courts open, that we had to learn technology we didn't know. We had to implement things we didn't have, and we had to go get them, and we had to find PPE for jurors, and we had to figure out how to do things in a way we'd never done them before. So his experience, while the numbers may be different from what he did in his circuit and what somebody else did in their circuit, his experience is strikingly similar to what almost every judge in Georgia has faced. You know, I chuckled when he wrote in that letter that "you are on mute," as a quote, is a part of almost every transcript of every virtual hearing he's conducted, because I'll tell you, in educating lawyers and litigants on how to unmute and turn on the right camera and all of that has proven to be a real struggle for judges, especially when some of us can be technologically challenged at times. Despite those challenges, however, we have closed tens of thousands of cases across the state. We have maintained the guidelines set forth by the CDC and the Georgia Department of Health, and we have kept the legal and constitutional requirements placed on our courts. Our accountability courts, you know, they serve a very vulnerable population, particularly in times of isolation and lack of accountability, hence the name Accountability Court. They have decided, they have found ways to continue to serve this most vulnerable population with technology, with social distancing, and in keeping with all the legal and constitutional obligations placed upon them. They too have adapted during the pandemic and maintained connection with people who occasionally do not want to be connected with. There are a multitude of concerns whenever you try to conduct court virtually, and through massive cooperation from our CSCJ staff, our office people, local governments, the Georgia Department of Corrections, sheriffs throughout the state, members of the Georgia Bar, and frankly, through the sheer ingenuity of some of our judges, we have been able to work through some of these things. Just as an example, we are all keenly aware that people in confinement are a part of a population that we could not allow to be repeatedly potentially exposed to COVID. Not that any population can, but that's one that we were particularly sensitive to. Well, we needed to figure out how to conduct virtual hearings in our local jails. Well, our sheriffs didn't have bandwidth. They didn't have technology. They didn't have computers. And repeatedly across the state, I know we have here in Augusta, we have had sheriffs who have shown a willingness to be open-minded and think outside the box and realize just how valuable virtual hearings can be. Now, I am personally of the opinion that we can't conduct virtual jury trials from beginning to end, but we can do a lot of other things virtually, and we have proven an ability to do that. You know, the DOC almost had to be a little prescient when they enabled video access to inmates back in 2018. During the pandemic, we have had over 1,850 hearings with the DOC via video conferencing to ensure that inmates could have their local matters resolved, while at the same time allowing the prison system to maintain both order and health. As an aside, I know the DOC is interested in reintroducing legislation to allow for use of the video hearings in certain circumstances, and we are wholly supportive of that. I'll tell you, some of the things that we had to learn during the pandemic, we are going to need to maintain post-pandemic. And that is definitely one of them. During the pandemic, the Chief Justice helped us pass some emergency rules, I believe is the way they were phrased, rules of court, that enabled us to use this video technology with the DOC and with our local jails, even beyond what the normal Superior Court rules allowed for. But we're hopeful that the legislature will consider making that a part of the permanent law, because we have learned we can do it efficiently, can do it fairly, and can do it with the Constitution and statutes in mind. Passage of that legislation would benefit everyone, not only from the DOC, but it also benefit local sheriffs, superior courts, reduce costs for public defenders. There are a lot of reasons why that legislation would really, really be helpful. We know that our judges have been working incredibly hard to reimagine what court looks like in a pandemic, but at the same time to ensure that those legal and constitutional rights have been maintained. And, you know, that can really be easier said than done sometimes. The appellate cases, which we are bound by, had all been decided not during a pandemic, but during whatever the old normal was. They talk about, especially in criminal cases, the obligation or the right to confront your accusers. And they said that means face to face. So at the end of the day, we can't conduct jury trials that way, but we can do so many other things, and we have across the state and repeatedly. The one thing that we can't do is jury trials, and many of you are aware that, and I think the Chief Justice said it more eloquently than I'm about to say it, but some parties do not seriously engage in consideration of a settlement or a resolution of their case until there is a live, breathing jury in the hallway. That applies to civil and criminal matters. When you can't do that, that pressure can't be applied, to quote the Chief Justice. For about a 6-week window, maybe 8 weeks, we were allowed to resume jury trials. It took us a while. The Chief Justice knew that if he said jury trials can start tomorrow, it was going to take us probably 30 days to summon jurors and get enough jurors in. Well, everything about jury trials during this pandemic had to be also reimagined. You had to subpoena far more jurors, potential jurors. You can't sit them close to one another in a jury box. You don't want to create some strange aquarium of jurors where you isolate them by plexiglass. So you have to flip the room basically. I personally had a 3-defendant jury trial November 30th, and we picked the jury in the Civic Center. As you can imagine, the echo in the Civic Center is not good. So we had them all wear headsets that our local government, Richmond County, to be sure, should be congratulated on what they've done to help us conduct jury trials. But they made sure that all of the headsets were available. We figured out how to make your headset hot so you could hear, but when we needed to do other things you couldn't hear if you were the juror. We had to do all of those things and think them through. And we did that. There were people who had been in jail for 2 years in a 3-defendant jury trial. In my particular case, 1 defendant was fully acquitted and 2 were convicted of something. Just understand, those people have been in jail without any possible resolution, and we had not had any jury trials available for them since March. And that was on November 30th, but we were able to do that, and there's stories like that around the state. The Chief Justice, to his credit, perceived that there was another wave of this pandemic coming in December, and he suspended us, kind of saving us from ourselves to ensure that we did not unnecessarily put people at risk. And so whenever they are allowed to resume, that is jury trials, we're going to be busier than we have ever been. You have asked about the backlog. I have been quoted, and I will reiterate, we do not have a single common case management system that's common to all classes of court or even all courts within Superior Court across the state. Therefore, giving you a case count is going to be very, very difficult. I would suggest to you that it is, in my humble opinion, going to take us closer to 3 years to work out of a backlog rather than the 1 or 2 that were previously suggested, because cases continue to come in as cases were not tried. And so it's not like we had a freeze and police officers and others discontinued their work. We still had people being arrested and being charged and who must now be tried or resolved in some way. And so I think that this 1 year of no jury trials, if it's only 1 year, and we can all pray for that, may well take us 3 years to resolve. But that is my personal opinion as to the where we are with the caseload. Now, specifically as to the amended budget, you know that we essentially have 3 parts to our budget, and I use air quotes on that, and that is 1 for the Council Superior Court Judge Office, 1 for the Superior Court judges, and 1 for the Judicial Administrative Districts. As to the Judicial Administrative Districts, the budget cuts that we were forced to adapt to took away almost 100% of their operating budget. These people can be the only lifeline for judges in some circuits, that they provide things as basic as pens and paper, as complicated as computers or building courthouses or caseload management, et cetera. These folks across the state, there's 10 of them, are vital to our continued existence and our continued success. But they have nothing to work with. Many of them lost the rent for their buildings and mileage fees. I mean, they had nothing to help the judges with, barely even maintaining their salaries. The overall hit that they took was almost 100% of their operating funds. We're asking in the amended year budget for them to have essentially what would be left for a quarter of the year, just so that they can provide some of the basic needs for the local judges and for them to get back to being the vital component, cog to this machine, or whatever the analogy is, that they have always proven to be. As to the Superior Court judges, we're only asking that you afford us the funds that would allow us to use senior judges for the remainder of this year. Across the state, we use senior judges regularly when things are not in the midst of a pandemic. When we have the availability of senior judges, we can then do 2 things at once. And that is going to be vital as we continue the vaccination program and we get further and further, hopefully, out of this pandemic. There are no additional requests from the CSCJ staff. With all that being said, I do want to take a moment and talk about the big budget, to quote Justice Boggs. On the big budget, there are 3 judgeships that we have previously been approved to be filled January of 2022. Normally, that would be a process that in 20 they would be approved to start in 21, but given the way the budget was going, they got pushed to 22. And so we're in our big year budget, we're going to have to fund those 3 positions and there's an obligation that we really can't get around, is our contribution to the judicial retirement system. In the big budget, we are asking again to continue to help restore the district court administrators, or the administrative districts program, somewhat close to their prior funding. This takes them probably about halfway to back, or close to halfway to getting back to where they were. And we are asking that be reinstated. We're asking that you eliminate the furlough day requirements for all of the judges across the state that we were able to accommodate, primarily through people taking furloughs through unfilled positions, staff positions, judge positions across the Superior Court judge portion of the budget. We're asking that you restore 5 senior judge days per judge, so that over a year, for example, Judge Paget or Judge Romero would each have 5 days available that we could use senior judges. If we were in a lengthy jury trial, for example, they could handle our uncontested divorces, and they could handle our default judgments, and they could handle TPOs. Every senior judge does something different in every circuit, but they really have proven invaluable. And then for those of you on the committee who are lawyers, the pandemic caused us to lose our subscription to Westlaw. We can't afford Westlaw anymore. That's how tight we run. And so we are asking, we can't have Westlaw Edge anymore, which is an upgrade of the Westlaw that we normally use to find cases and to find statutes and to help draft orders that our staff attorneys use. But a basic Westlaw subscription would cost us $75,000, and we're asking for that. We're having a couple of reductions because we have finished with other things. For example, the new Gwinnett judge and the new Griffin judge, all their funding has already been done. So we're returning some funds back in that way. To those in the legislature, I know my time is short. I want to tell you, we know that you have an impossible job. It is very, very difficult to juggle all the things that you have to juggle. I will tell you, we do too. And it's really, really hard for us to juggle everything and to maintain the obligations mandated by the Constitution, mandated by statute, mandated by the appellate courts of this state and the federal appellate courts. But I will tell you, my colleagues and I have, excuse my language, have worked our ass off, and we have done everything we know how to do to make sure that we do our duty. We do it timely, and we do it correctly. So with that being said, I'll be happy to answer any questions that may exist.
Thank you, Judge Paget. I think we do have a few questions. Chairman England, let's start with the ones online, if that's okay.
All right. So I've got one, is all I've got right now online, and it comes from Chairman Fleming. Could the Superior Court Council please put forth language to us for legislation that would accomplish the need that you have for virtual hearings?
Yes, sir.
And just
Chairman,
ask recommendations. Yes.
Yes, sir, Chairman Fleming. I know that during the last session, the DOC proposed, and I do not know the bill number. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. And I know that there was some controversy, and Lord knows y'all know better than anybody that the end of the session was not chaotic. I'm not trying to go there, but maybe chaotic. It was very, very difficult to get things done. So it was struck down. I do not know what the objections were. I know at one point there were some objections, but we have worked pretty closely with the DOC in developing the language of the bill that they plan to propose. And we remain willing and able to be a voice in that process to ensure that we take care of anybody's concerns, but also make sure that the DOC, that the bill, because it just benefits everybody. And so we'll be happy to do that. So short answer, Chairman Fleming, yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, that's all I've got from online questions.
Do we have any questions from any members who are in person in the audience? We don't see any other questions here in the audience. Judge Paget, Judge Amaro, thank you for your presentation. Thank y'all for being present with us here today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thanks, committee.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Members of the committee, we are now at the lunch hour. We're going to break for lunch. We will be back at 1 p.m. and hear from Commissioner Russell McMurray from the Department of Transportation. We stand in recess. Thank you for joining us again after lunch. Thank you for joining us again as we finish up day 2 of the joint appropriations hearings. I think we have Commissioner McMurray online with us already. Commissioner McMurray, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, Senator. Got you loud and clear.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for starting our afternoon session. The floor is yours.
All right, we'll get the presentation brought up and I'll begin. But I thank you both, Chairman England and Tillery, and members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. It's my honor to be before you today on behalf of the GDOT Board to present the Governor's budget recommendation for amended 21 and 22. Today with me, socially distanced, is our Treasurer, Angela Whitworth, our GDOT Budget Director, George Christensen, Carol Comer, our Director of Intermodal, and the Director of Planning, Janine Miller. So glad to have them in the conference room with me here today. Sorry we couldn't be there with you physically. Today, I plan to share with you some accomplishments from FY20, highlight some data and trends we're seeing as it relates to traffic, which ultimately turns into revenue, and of course, go over both amended budget and FY22 full budget. And then at the end, highlight a little bit of our intermodal program. We've had several requests to just especially talk a little bit about intermodal in a little greater detail. And I think part of that's obviously related to the Freight Commission work that was finished late last year. So with the next slide, we'll jump right in to some of our outcomes for 20. I always like to highlight the bridge investment that the state continues to make and thank the legislature for their appropriations of putting investment into bridges. Even though less than 3% of our bridges are in poor condition, which is a great number, we still have over 1,500 bridges that require replacement. So there's still work to be done. I also like to highlight the dollar volume of work that was done last fiscal year. Some 301 projects were bid, totaling $1.27 billion. And I always like to remind you of that work that Carl Vinson Institute did regarding transportation investment in Georgia, of where they said that 1 million of investment basically returns $850,000 of indirect investment to the economy. So if you take that 1.27 billion that we bid to construction last year, that will yield another 1.1 billion in indirect benefit to the state of Georgia. So again, we did that despite COVID-19 going on and, had a really good year. Also, just a little bit about the work that went on during COVID. As you can see, we acquired almost 1,700 parcels to advance transportation projects and assisted local governments with almost 600 parcels, resulting in an expenditure of over $232 million in buying property. And I highlight that because obviously buying property during COVID was quite a challenge, and we had to change our methods and use calls like this with Zoom and meeting people online instead of at their kitchen tables or their businesses. But our right-of-way team did a great job to continue to advance projects across Georgia, right-of-way projects across Georgia. And also it takes our many professional services contracts, our consultant services to help do all the work that's necessary to do to advance projects. And we had over 1,044 contracts valued at $555 million to advance projects, basically to do the make-ready work such that we can ultimately build the project. And probably one of the things, not probably, but indeed, one of the things I am most proud of is GDOT's effort to help in the COVID-19 relief. We've had over 450 resource requests from GMA, and those resource requests are often hauling supplies and providing traffic control and the like for all the efforts for, the testing sites and now working into, vaccination sites. And so we're just glad that we can be a small part of the state's COVID relief efforts. And so just wanted to highlight the great work of the GDOT team, but none of that can happen without the great men and women of GDOT to get it done. So if we go to the next slide, I'll just give you an update on sort of our head count. We're very proud of our men and women of GDOT that always are focused on making it better. As we closed out last calendar year, 3,664 full-time employees. That is certainly down from the prior year. We are working hard to try to backfill and get that number back up to about that 4,000 number. And as during COVID-19, like every agency has done, we have embraced teleworking. In fact, about 43% of our staff are now teleworking at some frequency, and most of those are almost exclusively, 5 days a week at this point. So doing our part to social distance and keep the spread down, but also been very effective in doing so, as I highlighted on the first slide. We're averaging about a turnover rate of about 17%. And just to give you some numbers of what that looks like, last year we had 615 people separate employment, which means we had to hire back about that amount to try to keep our head above water. All right, now let me move into talking about some traffic volume comparisons on the next slide. This really is some great data that I think you'll see how it translates into revenue ultimately. This first slide, and let me explain it a little bit, is a comparison of rural state routes and rural interstates this year as compared to last year. On the left side of your screen are percentages, and the arrow at 0 means that the traffic would be exactly the same today as it was a year ago. And so it's the percent difference in traffic volumes from the current date, and the dates are across the bottom of the slide, versus a year ago today. So what you're seeing, a 0% change means traffic's the same as it was last year. And as you look at the dark blue line, which is rural state routes, the light blue line are rural interstates, you can see that we are at or above the same traffic volume as we saw last year. And you can see on the far left, as you look at those dates back into April, we saw some 50–60% reduction in traffic. And now you can see that traffic volume has not only returned to normal in recent times, but is above normal in recent times. So this is a great trend to see. I think it's a reflection of Georgia's economy and people out moving about. The next slide is a similar comparison, but it's looking at urban state routes and urban interstates. So if we go to the next slide. And I joke around, this is not my EKG, this is actually traffic numbers. Now you can see the purple is urban state routes, the red is urban interstates. Again, the arrow at 0% means that traffic would be the same as it was a year ago, same date. And you can see that the urban traffic volumes are lagging behind of what we've seen in the rest of the state. But the good news is over the last few months, back into October, first part of November, those are trending somewhere 10% or less pretty commonly. Now you can see some very big spikes. Those correlate to holidays. and weekends. The biggest spikes are holiday traffic. And if you got good eyesight, you can see that at the bottom of what dates those correlate to: Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, etc. So we're seeing the traffic come back in the urban area, mainly metro Atlanta. And we're now seeing some congestion build in predominantly the afternoons. Mornings still not so bad unless it's a crash involved. But the afternoons, we're now seeing congestion build back, just not quite as long as we were accustomed to pre-COVID. Let me move into the next slide, because this next slide really tells the story about how the supply chain has reoriented itself and how reliant all Georgians are now on home deliveries of some sort. These are truck volumes, not percentages. So the orange is the current truck volumes on interstates. The gray was the same truck volume a year ago. And as you can see, all but at the very beginning of the pandemic, the orange line is above the gray line, which means there's more truck volumes on the interstate than there was pre-pandemic. And again, I think this shows us that, you know, the supply chain and logistics companies are resilient. They figured out how to reorient and now are moving more goods on trucks than ever before. And I think, again, it's a good indicator of economy as well. Okay, so we've looked at traffic trends. Now let's move into consumption, because traffic drives consumption. This next slide is gasoline. And so comparing all the way back to 2018, and the gold line is FY21, the red line is FY20. And if you follow that red line, you can see the effects that COVID had, the pandemic. And I might add that the data on this slide lags 2 months, at least 2 months. So it may not correlate exactly as you would think consumption would happen because of the lag in the data. But you can see the red line of last year, budget year, in the sort of heart of the pandemic there, March and April. The good news is you look at the gold line now is in July, we started with consumption slightly above, and now consumption is tracking very much like pre-pandemic FY20, which is a very encouraging sign. The next slide is to take a look at diesel. Again, FY18 through 21. The yellow line is FY21, as we just saw with those interstate truck volumes and freight, knowing that freight deliveries are up, that's correlated into increased consumption. As you can see that we're now tracking at all-time highs in diesel consumption as compared to the previous 3 fiscal years. Again, another good sign. So now let's take traffic, consumption, and then talk about revenue, because that's where it all comes together. On the next slide, we'll look at revenue collections as it relates to excise tax. So for year to date of fiscal year 21, our levels of revenue are 0.1% through December above what they were in FY20, again, pre-pandemic. So motor fuel excise collections are tracking very much like they were pre-pandemic. Collections have actually been above last year starting in October. And you can see these bar charts. The blue bar is 2020. The orange bar is 2021. So you can see since October, excise revenue has been up a little bit more than it was last year. Another good sign. The FY20 audited collection amount totaled $1.933 billion. And I remind you that what's collected in 1 year and audited is then appropriated in the next budget year, which would be budget year amended 21. The next slide deals with revenue, but it deals with the fee component of revenue that comes to the Department of Transportation, or in total, transportation fees. Hotel fees as compared to last year, down 29%. That's probably no surprise. In fact, I think that was actually a pleasant result, not being down any further than that, comparatively speaking. As you look at the blue bar chart, that's the hotel fees that were collected in fiscal year 20. The orange are what has been collected in 21, which total about $64.5 million through December. The hotel fees are projected at the end of this budget year to be $82.3 million. So you can see we've put a projected bar there to show what those numbers look like. As it relates to highway fees, this year they're up 33% as compared to last year. And if you notice there with the gray and sort of the yellow, the smaller bars, you can see that usually in January and February, we see some bumps historically in those as well. So we'll keep our eyes on those revenues as they continue to come in. But all things said, again, I think this is a positive story. Even with hotel being down 29% from prior year, I think that's a lot better than anybody probably could have forecast or predicted. I will give you just a relational number. In FY19, the hotel fees were about $180 million. So we still are, far away from what we were in FY19, but all things considered, look like we're tracking very well. All right, let me step away from all this data and provide a federal update on the next slide, just to, again, remind you that about $1.6 billion of our total budget comes from the federal government. In December, the Federal Funding Transportation Act, or the FAST Act as it's called, was extended through this federal fiscal year. It actually had expired, but Congress extended it. So that's good news. And we were funded at FY20 levels. So that's good. And as a reminder that just in December as well, as part of the congressional action, the COVID funding relief bill was there as well, which actually did include funding for state departments of transportation. It's estimated that Georgia will receive about $322 million additional dollars over what was appropriated through the FAST Act. It will be distributed on a formula basis, which is very good. And 14% of that goes to the metropolitan planning organizations. It requires no federal match. And it's been able to go through 2024 as far as when you have to authorize that money. Now, we're waiting the further details from Federal Highway to understand all the details of how we can use this money. Our goal is strategically to use these funds for projects that help keep Georgians working and that benefit the economy. Sort of going back to that Carl Vincent study, we want to make sure we deploy these dollars strategically. That's good for Georgia. Now, I said we're waiting on guidance. We got the guidance last night from Federal Highway, so we've got some homework to do. And we will keep all the committees informed as we go forward about how we plan to utilize these additional federal dollars. Also, the COVID relief funding had Federal Transit Authority dollars, about $34.5 million coming to Georgia. The majority of that will be utilized by to the ATL and utilized by MARTA. And then we're still waiting the exact determination from Federal Aviation Administration about how many dollars will come to Georgia with the probably insight that most of those dollars will go to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, of course. So just wanted to give you a quick update because it is a big share, about a 40% share of our total budget, and to keep you abreast of what's going on at the federal level. Okay, with all that talk, let's jump into the budget on the next slide. We'll start looking at the amended 21 revenue information. And we use, of course, FY21 as the base. You can see that motor fuel was increased by $159 million to $1.902 billion. What we call non-excise, meaning anything but self-excise, 34.3 million were added to bring us to $131.7 million in fees, or non-excise, let me correct that. You can see that we backed out the dollars that go to the ATL or to Greta to basically get at the bottom line of what the GDOT budget is based on the base, the change, and the amended recommendation for 21 is $2.034 billion. To give a little perspective, this is certainly good. The excise amount increased by about 9%. And so that's a good thing. Hotel fees, impact fees were all kept level. So no increases anticipated at that point for those. So that gives us the total budget of $2.03 billion. So let's look at where those dollars will be used on the next slide, please. We always like to show this chart to aggregate our budget programs into functional buckets, if you will, so that we can see where the dollars are actually being used. The largest share, about 48%, are in the capital projects category, which consists of 3 budget programs: capital construction, capital maintenance, and local roads administration. The next bucket, or the next bar there, is general operations, which is 5 budget programs consisting of construction administration. That's the work that it takes to get projects ready. The departmental overall administration, data collections, planning, and traffic management. Next is the local maintenance improvement grant at 190.2, or 10% of excise, which obviously is given out through formula distribution to cities and counties, a fantastic program. Next is routine maintenance, which constitutes 21% of our budget for the purposes of taking care of Georgia's roadways. Next is payments to CERTA, which represents about 4% of the budget. And intermodal is about 1% of the budget. And GO bond debt service, the last bar there at 104 million, is about 5% of the budget. So this is, again, aggregation of sort of where the dollars are being used. So when you add the capital projects and the routine maintenance and the LMIG, you can see there's a lot of work going on across the state, and we're very proud to try to use those dollars effectively for those purposes. On the next slide, let me walk you through sort of the major changes to the amended budget year. At the very top of the chart, you will see GO bond debt service. And again, this is only motor fuel. So let me make sure this is clear. This chart, we're looking at where motor fuel is being used. The GO bond debt service change is due primarily to a fund source swap of about $40.2 million and an overall debt reduction of about $5.8 million in the amended year. So debt went down, and then we're also able to swap some motor fuel for transportation fees. The next major change is the second line down in the capital construction budget, which delivers projects. This was an add of $52.6 million. That brings us to a total of about $792 million. Is slightly less than last year's or fiscal year 20's budget, but very close. And these funds will help us to deliver projects that may have been deferred if we did not have this amended budget. So this will help us keep projects going and not have to slow down some of the projects we thought we might have to. You can see next is a $95.6 million add to capital maintenance, which really fully restores our budget to FY20 levels. So that's good because we can keep the state of good repair moving forward for our roadways across Georgia. You can see an increase in LMIG to true up the amended motor fuel to get to 10%. And then finally, you can see a $35.1 million increase in routine maintenance. And this gets us back close to where we were prior to pandemic. This gives us the ability to go back and do more striping, do more litter pickup via contract, and certainly more maintenance contracting to small businesses. So we're very excited to be able to take these additional revenue of motor fuel and do some meaningful things with them. The next slide is a breakdown of the non-excise dollars, basically fees or general funds. And the first line is the GO bond debt service. As I just mentioned, that was a fund source swap of about 40 million. Less the 5 million in debt reduction gives us 34.3 million or 34.4 million in GO bond debt. Intermodal did not change. It stayed the same at 21 million, and payments to CERTA stayed the same at 75 million. So that's where non-excise dollars were used. Now let me move into the fiscal year 22 revenue comparison on the next slide. So we're moved from amended 21 into 22. Similar format. You can see that excise moves to $1.96 billion, an increase of 216 million. That's about a 12% increase and about 2% higher than back in FY20 pre-COVID. So, again, seeing those traffic numbers come back, I think gives good assurance that consumption is going to continue, which turns into revenue. Looking at the non-excise, which is fee and state general fund revenue, increased by about $32.3 million, up to $129.6 million. This change, if you see the ATL there, you can see it in the base being deducted and then add it back. That's due to the administrative attachment of the ATL to GDOT from prior year's legislation. So in total, FY22 totals about $2.089 billion, which is about $55 million more than the amended recommendation I just shared with you. So let's see where those are used on the next slide. Pardon me. So again, an aggregation of the main buckets. Again, the biggest bucket is the capital projects at about 46%. General operations stayed at about 11%. LMIG is at 10%, which is slightly more due to the increase in excise. Routine maintenance is about 21%. Intermodal stayed at 1%. As you can see on the far right, we do now have payments to the ATL in there, as I just mentioned about them being administratively attached, so they now show up that way in the budget. Geo bond debt service is about 7%. So let's move to the next slide. And I'll give you the breakdown of where the changes are based on budget program for motor fuel. So in geo bond debt is actually increased about 15.2 million in motor fuel. We had the ability to increase that, excuse me. So there's an increase of about 15.29 million in motor fuel. And I'll talk about the rest of geo bond debt on the next slide. Capital construction, 99.4 million. Let me go back a slide. Sorry about that. Let me finish on the previous slide. Thank you very much. So in capital construction, we added $99.4 million to that program. This will allow us to deliver even more projects and about 6% more in capital construction than we had in amended 21. While I'm on capital construction, I want to highlight a couple of initiatives that you may have heard about. The governor mentioned in Eggs and Issues, and I'd like to give credit to Janine Miller, our Director of Planning, for these two initiatives that are called out in your budget. Let me highlight those. The first is on freight, a focus on freight operations, where this initiative will assist with improving road and bridge facilities that are heavily traversed by trucks for some small scale investments that can address safety and enhance efficiency of freight movement. I think you all probably can look around the state and see where there's some needs for freight movements or tractor trailers that, some small projects could make a big difference. So we're excited about having this new capability as it relates to freight operations. Also, the second initiative is a rural development initiative, and these will be deployed to transportation improvements unique to rural Georgia, and specifically targeting like roadway safety, the potential to add broadband for transportation purposes that could be also used by local governments or unserved areas, and also work in to develop innovative solutions, especially in and around grad sites. So working with Department of Economic Development and as opportunities present themselves, these two initiatives can really be a game changer and be very effective and efficient as it relates to making improvements as it relates to freight operations and rural development. Each of these programs represent about a $10 million investment. $6 million in state and about $4 million of federal will be used in each of those programs. So just wanted to highlight those as they're noted in your budget. So let me move into the sort of next major category is capital maintenance, added about $45.3 million there. And then you can see some small adds in our admin programs, which help us take care of some of the administrative needs of filling vacancies within the department, as I showed you on those earlier slides. And then routine maintenance basically stayed the same as it was for for fiscal year 21 amended. Now, the next slide, please. We'll move into the fee component of the budget. In GO bond debt service, we previously did not have fees paying any GO bond debt, but we added 19.4 million fees. That will help us and help reduce some of the change in motor fuel from the previous slide that you saw for the debt service. So the total increase in GO bond debt was about $34.7 million if you add those two numbers together. In payments to CERTA, there was no change. And let me talk a little bit about what that consists of. We did have decreases in GRB debt and existing Garvey debt also decreased, which freed up some dollars. Basically leaving the budget at 75.37 million in fees. In total state funds were about 79.1. So 30.4 million of that 75 million is due to debt service. 9.8 million of that's going toward GTIB. And then CERTA has a financing strategic plan, a financing strategic for tolling resilience plan. That's a mouthful. Basically a way to consolidate some previous debt that we hold jointly and that can be strategically utilized to reduce some of the existing debt, and especially as the favorable rates that we see today. In fact, some federal bonds were sold just last year, late last year at 1.05%. So rates are very favorable. So this is a good plan. And I'm sure you'll hear more about this when CERTA provides their budget updates. And as you also can see, again, $12.84 million for the ATL. Now, intermodal was last on that bar chart, $21.98 million. So let's talk a little bit in more detail about intermodal. The first program I like to highlight is on the next slide. Is Airport Aid. Airport Aid is the largest of the intermodal budget programs at $16.3 million. You can see that there's other funds of about $6.2 thousand. That's, I've been saying millions, $6,233 that come from some of the inspections that we provide for FAA. So a small dollar amount there. And you can see that the 16.3 million leverages $46.5 million as well from the Federal Aviation Administration. So let me take a little deeper dive in Airport Aid now, because I know there's always lots of interest. On the next slide, you can see our two major initiatives in the airport program is the Georgia Airport Aid Program and the FAA State Block Grant Program. The State Block Grant Program is about $16 million, of which we provide 75%, and then there's a 25% local match for the State Airport Aid Program. And you can see that we have priorities, obviously, of safety and airfield pavement and economic development projects are very important. And we really take a numerical based ranking system when we get projects to determine which projects can move forward. And some of the criteria we use for that is like the number of based aircraft, whether the projects are associated with a primary, secondary, or tertiary runway, the type of project it is. Obviously, safeties are very important, so safety gets a high mark, as well as preservation or capital expansion. And we also provide some additional scoring for projects with economic development components. Again, always focused on, doing the best we can for the economy of Georgia. I might add that FAA usually doesn't give points or considers economic development opportunities unless everything else is perfect at the airport. So the FAA state block grant program is about $54.5 million. It requires a 5% state match and a 5% local match. So it's the 95-5 matching. On the next slide, sort of get at the aviation needs. The intermodal division's done a great job. In 2018, they put out the statewide airport system plan that identified $353 million in needs. In 2019, they came behind that and looked specifically at runway pavement conditions. And we see that our pavement conditions are degrading from the previous report to this one, which recommended about $58 million of capital investment in pavement rehabilitation and pavement maintenance. And then last year, they completed an air carrier study that identified about $400,000 necessary to work on awareness campaign, if you will, about how to fly Georgia and the value of Georgia's airports. And the last bullet there, as you can see, sort of what the annual investment is, federal, state, and local. And I might note the local share is a large share that totals about $103.5 million. So you can see the study sort of identify the need, and you can sort of see where the state is sort of all in on an annual investment basis. So that's it for airports. Let's move into transit. So Georgia's subprogram for transit provides formula grant funding to transit systems throughout the state, and I'll show you a map in just a minute. The budget component is $3.23 million for state general funds. In transit, we have about 21 positions to administer these grants. And you can see the other funds there, $687,000 actually comes from bus rentals. If a transit provider needs to rent a bus due to bus out of service or whatever, we have the ability to do that from some of the federal surplus buses that we have that come from a federal program. And of course, the federal grant amounts are $45.7 million. So on the next slide shows you a little bit of the complexity. It's not only just one federal grant program, there's several grant programs that we administer based on the different federal transportation or transit grants, that is. We administer these grants to 122 subrecipients across Georgia. And their duty really is to administer the federal grants and provide oversight and technical assistance, obviously help with asset management and safety planning. And also we're required to provide a statewide transit plan as well. In FY21, GDOT's transit funding program comprised of totally about $79 million in FTA, local and state dollars. So sort of that all-in amount between state, federal, and local was about $79 million. I'm also very proud of our intermodal division and the transit subprogram because they distributed over $125 million in CARES Act funding. And again, all those had to be contracts. So we've contracted those with them in record time. As we look at future transit needs, as through our transit study, we identified about $5.63 million in additional dollars needed to implement different things, such as developing a regional transit development plans, work on rural transit marketing, to continue to develop a rural transit mobile app, the development of GTFS data, which is the data that feeds sort of real-time information of where transit vehicles are to providers and to the public, and continue to work with the Southern Region Transit Service expansion, trying to expand service into 7 more counties. So that's sort of the unmet need. On the next slide is something I'm really excited to share with all of you about. This really came about from the work that we started back in the Transit Commission work of looking at rural transit that culminated in House Bill 511 at the time. And we've got a great partner in the Coastal Regional Commission to do this pilot project where as long as GDOT with FTA dollars and DHS and DCH are doing a pilot. Basically, it didn't matter what kind of trip you need. You use an app to get your trip, and on the back side or the back office side, the billing goes to the right federal agency, if it's human services or non-emergency medical or FTA trip. So really focused on the customer, that they just have an app they use to get a ride to where they need to be. And then we figure it out on the backside. So very proud, and want to thank especially the Coastal Regional Commission for advancing this as they run transit service in the coastal region. So it's 10 counties that this covers. So very proud of that. Let's move into the next program, which is the rail sub-program. A little over $1 million in funds for that. $88,239 is what we received from railroad leases. That number goes up and down, some of them based on the type of lease, based on how many cars they move. And then federal funds, a small amount, $616,000. That's from FTA or FRA. That's really about heavy rail oversight, specifically dealing with MARTA, our ability or our requirement to provide state safety oversight for MARTA rail. We have about 5 positions there in the rail program, so not a big office. But on the next slide, you can see they have a big charge because we own 595 miles of rail lines. You can flip to the next slide, please. Thank you. About 465 miles are active, and you can see by the legend which private rail provider operates on the state-owned lines. Having these rail lines in local communities are very important. I think you know that. In fact, I'm told that rail has an impact on 1 in every 7 jobs in Georgia throughout economic activities of railroads, be it suppliers, customers, and employees. So our rail, and obviously Georgia's blessed with 2 Class 1 railroads as well, have a big impact on Georgia's economy. Next slide, please. Here's a little bit of historical trend of capital investment back from 2010 to 2011. And when I say capital investment, that's bonds, of how we're utilizing bonds to make capital investments. Starting back in 2019, we really shifted our focus to make sure that we develop projects that increase the current rail line operations up to what's called Class 2 standards. That means that they can haul 286,000 pound cars up to a speed of 25 miles an hour. Now that doesn't sound very fast, but we've got a lot of rail lines that can't operate anywhere close to that. So I'm proud to say that we've got 222 miles now that meets that. Obviously, we've got about 260 more miles that we need to bring to that standard. And we're underway with about another 130 miles to try to bring it up to that standard. So, and I'll speak to some more capital investment on rail at the conclusion. Very proud of the 2020 state rail update. There's a picture of the state plan update in the top right of your slide. And as you recall, in HB 820 from the 2019-2020 session, there were 3 sub-programs added to rail enhancement, rail preservation, and rail industrial plan. And through our 2020 state rail plan update, we identified what kind of projects and dollars it would take to satisfy those programs. And so you can see in rail enhancements, we identified 119 projects at 56.8 million. Rail preservation, of course, is always the biggest thing with any railroad investment, 184 projects at over $1 billion. In the rail industrial plan, 11 projects at $96 million. So as you can see, some sizable needs there, and we're always grateful for the investment in rail. And as I think many of you may have been part of or have seen the Freight Commission's work, obviously short rail and Class 1 rail were big components of seeing Georgia's economy continue to be strong. So just wanted to highlight those. Now let's move away from rail into the next slide, and we will go to ports and waterways at $1.3 million of funding. As you can see, there's no federal funds there or other funds. So this goes toward us administering and working with the Georgia Ports Authority for the waterways programs that they have. Next slide. And of course, the biggest infrastructure project to date in Georgia has been the Savannah Harbor Expansion Project. And just quick update, it's going really well. The mitigation projects required are 67% complete. Basically, all the navigational type projects are 50% complete. And what most people think about is dredging in the river down in Savannah, right in Savannah, is about 50% complete. But the map on the left actually shows you all the things that have to be done to satisfy the dredging in the river itself that everybody commonly thinks about. So there was a lot of work to be done. Target completion dates February of next year. And so this is a major accomplishment, and we're glad that we can partner with not only Georgia Ports Authority, but the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on a project of this significance. All right, so that's the end of intermodal program. And on the next slide, I'll just like to highlight the FY22 general obligation bond request. I want to thank the governor for the bond recommendations. Like I mentioned before, with rates at an all-time low, these definitely can pay dividends. For the roads and bridges category, $100 million was suggested. We have 12 bridge replacements that we're proposing that are in 11 counties. We have 4 capital projects being expansion projects planned to use in Forsyth County, Henry County, Washington County, and Troup County. And then the short line rail, there's $10 million there, and we plan to deploy those onto the Heart of Georgia Railroad and Georgia Southwestern Railroad. On the Heart of Georgia, about $7 million of that will go to upgrade the bridges and the track between Preston and Vidalia. We're suggesting on the Georgia Southwestern Railroads, which is about 2.9, almost $3 million, again, to upgrade bridges and tracks between Cuthbert and Lynn as well. So that is where we would suggest to use those GO bonds. And we're very appreciative of that because they do go a long way in helping us be successful. Mr. Chairman, that completes a very lengthy presentation. I'll be glad to entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. We do have a few questions for you. Let's see here. I think the first is from Vice Chairman Gooch.
Hey, Commissioner McMurray, it's good to see you online today. And I guess we'll get into the details of some of this in our subcommittee work in a couple of weeks. But if you would go back to the original comments, you were talking about the federal highway monies of $322 million, I believe it was. Do you have a plan to where that money will be spent first? And as far as the buckets go, whether it's capital construction, capital maintenance, or routine maintenance, could you talk a little bit about that if you have a plan for that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Yes, our intent would be to use that predominantly in capital construction and capital maintenance. It did have a lot of flexibility to use those dollars even to pay for staff and payroll. I feel like the amended 21 budget is strong enough that we're good with that. Our goal again is to be strategic that we use these dollars in meaningful projects that generate work for the construction industry and the secondary industry or suppliers over a period of time. So we're again just got the sort of the details of how these dollars can be utilized last night. So we're going to be evaluating that. And I do plan to have more conversation with each of the committees as we move forward about how we best utilize that. So we got some a little bit of strategic planning to still do. We worked yesterday on strategic planning, but now we've got the rules. We'll understand better how best to make use of those dollars.
Thank you. That's good information. We'll look forward to that discussion further. Also, on the amended numbers, it looks like we're restoring most of the money that we took out last year. Given that we're already in the end of January, fiscal year ends June 30th, do you have a plan on where the additional $165 million would go between now and June 30th? Do you have that ready for capital construction or maintenance?
Yes, we would go back in some of the projects we had deferred and pushed out the fiscal year. We should be able to bring those back in. So yes, those they're home. There's a home for those dollars.
Thank you.
Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, with the widening and deepening of the port in Savannah, are there plans to do a third lane on 16?
Senator, not at this time. We have and continue to make improvements in and around port. Our analysis tells us right now there's still capacity in 16 in the near future, but as we know, and as you know, the improvements in Macon, we've got to finish those improvements at 1675, which we are actually out for bid right now for the next phases of 1675. And we're in the early preliminary work on on I-75 commercial vehicle lanes from Macon up into the south part of Henry County, because there is a need for capacity, freight capacity along I-75. Now, there's another part of that answer that's really important, and that's our partnership with GPA, that we just completed a bridge overpass that allows them to expand their rail yard at the Port of Savannah. And they anticipate putting more containers on trains, which results in less trucks on I-16. So that is certainly a great outcome of what GPA is doing. And again, as part of our planning with them of having those bridges and overpasses over the rail yards, such that those trains are not blocking traffic locally and getting those containers off the road. So we are, of course, continuing to look forward on freight planning. Janine Miller and the planning division will be undertaking the next freight and logistics plan this year. So it's standing up and getting ready to go. So there's a lot of work to be done there. Always looking forward for those kind of things, though, to make sure that we're ahead of the curve.
Senator Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, great job. As I always say, we're lucky to have the best commissioner in the country. One of the slides you had up there showed at one time we had over like 9,100 employees at GDOT, and we're down to 3,500 or 3,600 employees. And I'm all for outsourcing, but I do get a little concerned on losing institutional knowledge if we have a lot of people retire or through attrition. Are you working with Georgia Tech on any kind of internship programs or any programs to try to get people to come across the street and go to work for GDOT?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We share the same concern. You know, we have about 51 employees separate from the department for one reason or another a month. Backfilling that institutional knowledge is hard. So yes, we continue to recruit, and internships we have offered traditionally this last year. We had to dial that way back because of COVID and social distancing. We did do some internships out in construction and maintenance, but yes, we continue to try to do that. You know, these are great jobs. We're very excited that so many big things are going on in Georgia that really helps recruiting for people that want to come work for GDOT. But it's just been a little bit of a slug, as I think everybody understands, of hiring during COVID. I mean, we're doing interviews virtually, but onboarding people and is a little different. And I think that's something that we all collectively, whether it's government or business, are working our way through of how best now to onboard in a virtual environment and share that institutional knowledge, or OJT, that people possess. So I'm very proud of some of the initiatives our HR folks are doing, as well as really focusing on how to be more effective virtually through virtual meetings, and not just meetings, but how to be focused on production. And I would share that too, just a little bit as a side. As we've looked at our capabilities through COVID, we feel really good about the way teleworking's gone from a productivity point of view. We actually haven't really seen a dip in productivity, but I appreciate your notion that we need to continue to have GDOT staff that has institutional knowledge. That is very critical. And like I said, we're aspired to get back to about that 4,000 number is where we need to be.
One more quick comment, and it's really just a comment. I applaud you for being involved in investment in general aviation. I can tell you from an economic development standpoint, as we continue to recruit these companies, a lot of our smaller airports have a lack of hangar space, and we're going to have to continue to invest in hangar space and and general aviation as we recruit these companies that have private aircraft. So thank you for your investment and your, continuing to make that a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think we got a few online.
Yeah, we got a couple online, Mr. Commissioner. One is just a comment from Representative Al Williams. He is obviously happy about how good the right-of-ways look on I-16 and 95 down in his neck of the woods. So that's a good thing. Representative Brian Prince has a two-part question, or has two questions. One is, how well did GDOT do on reaching their minority participation goals?
Okay, that's the first question.
Yep, I'll give you the second one in a minute because two totally different things.
Yeah, so good timing on that question. We're going to provide tomorrow to our State Transportation Board an update of our semi-annual report for federal DBE participation, which is about 12% is where we've met. That is short of our program goal of 16%, but it actually satisfied 100% of the projects we bid. Now, that's part of the story. That's the federal part. And I forget the numbers off the top of my head. I think it's about 60 million or so in federal participation. The good news of that story, though, is the state participation is at over 80 million, if I recall. And I'm giving you a little bit of a ballpark number, Representative Prince. I don't have those exactly in front of me. But as we look back prior to the Transportation Funding Act of 2015, our federal dollar amount spend is up and the state amount is up even more than the federal was in 2015. So all in all, we have a good story to tell there. We are looking again always to try to include more small business and minority participation. That was one of the things I was excited about in this routine maintenance budget being restored in amended 21 in the same amount in 22, of where we're doing those single source small maintenance contracts, which has a lot of small business, veteran-owned business, and minority business doing that work. So that's where we stand on that. I'll be glad to get the next question.
Okay. And the other was, he's just asking for an update on the I-20 bridge project at the South Carolina line, how that's coming along.
I will be glad to, let me follow up with some actual percentages of where that is. It is running behind, I can tell you that. They've had some issues, obviously, with the river, which can be expected and those kind of things. I think we're running a little behind on that project, but we'll get offline and get you a better detail of what that actually is at percentage-wise and the actual completion date. Of course, a major project there as well, completing that 6-lane into South Carolina, into the first exit in South Carolina with a bi-state partnership with South Carolina DOT. So glad it's underway. And also, just while Representative Prince is there, I commend him and his colleagues in and around the central Savannah River area for the great passage of the next round of TIA last year. A tremendous outcome there. And so more good things to happen in his district and already.
Are there any more questions from any of the members in attendance personally? So, all righty. Thank you so much, Commissioner McMurray. We look forward to following up with you.
My pleasure. We're here to accommodate any request and glad to help any way we can. Wish you all the best.
The traffic data was extremely enlightening as well as we look at other trends across our state. So thank you for that as well.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have Commissioner Pat Wilson from the Department of Economic Development. Commissioner Wilson, you're welcome to approach the podium at our left, at your right, and we will hand the floor over to you. Commissioner Wilson, welcome.
Chairman, thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys hosting us today, giving us a chance to come down and see you face to face. It's nice. Feel like it's been too long. So we don't have a budget that is really that hard. We've been very blessed, I think, with the governor's budget, both in FY 21 amended and in 22, and so there are not a lot of adds, and there are no subtractions, which is fantastic after last year. So I'll start by talking a little bit about FY 21. We, of course, have been lucky that you've seen a number of jobs and announcements that have happened over the last year. The fiscal year 21 has been really unprecedented for us. And I think you're starting to see that momentum continue to build. We have over 16,000 jobs that we've announced since the beginning of FY 21. And that is truly unprecedented. If you think back to last year, we announced 24,000 jobs for the entire year. So if you're looking at half a year with 16,000 jobs being announced, that is an impressive start to the year. And then you throw in the fact that we are doing that in the middle of a global pandemic, that really is amazing. And so I want to commend the legislature, the General Assembly, and the governor for the way we've handled this. I think that we have been really an example around the country in how you continue to grow an economy and deal with a global pandemic at the same time. That job creation is actually up 40% from last year, and our investments are up nearly 50% at $6 billion. And so again, that's just half a year's numbers. And so we're excited about where things are going to continue to go. So the governor's ad for us in this budget, you see it on section 23.9, which is our tourism division. The governor's added $1 million to our amended 21 budget. And the hospitality and travel industry has been absolutely decimated by COVID-19. Pre-pandemic, that industry was about a $69 billion impact statewide. And so throughout this time, of course, we have shut down travel practically completely. Georgia's lost more than $11.7 billion in travel spending, and $627 million in travel-generated state and local sales tax. So travel industry losses are significant, and they're driving up our unemployment numbers. I think I saw the governor announce yesterday, we were in an event together. Our unemployment's roughly at 5.7% right now. If you back out hospitality numbers, I think that we would probably be at full employment. Hospitality continues to really drive those numbers. Our partners are impacted the most. And, I talk about this all the time. Economic development is a team sport. We can't do anything without the partnerships that we have in our local communities who really help us maximize our dollars, especially in tourism, because we're marketing product, we're marketing a community. And so if you look at those local direct marketing associations, our local tourism offices, and our local CVBs, they really are our top partners in this effort. So whether you're in Savannah, you're Columbus, Thomasville, or Helen, they've all seen trying times and have faced tremendous cuts. And if you think about it, what drives their numbers, what drives the funding that they're able to put back into marketing, it's beds and heads, it's people traveling. And so nobody has seen this impact more than all of you. I mean, you hear it from your local communities. I mean, these are small businesses in every town in the state. So the governor, as he's traveled the state, has heard this too. And so he put in an additional $1 million in our amended budget for us to really focus on marketing to travelers as we come back to some sense of normalcy. As we see vaccines continue to reach out into the state. And I give Dr. Toomey and her team a tremendous amount of praise. She is a rock star and I've enjoyed working with her through this process. But as we see those vaccines continue to increase, travelers are going to feel more comfortable and confident, and you're going to see them come back and
Construction and
begin to go around the state. The data shows that people are ready to get out, and I think we all feel that too. Honestly, a weekend in the mountains right now is just a breath of fresh air. And I think you're seeing our friends in Helen have seen record numbers of people coming back to visit the mountains. We've seen the same in Savannah. So the trends are positive, but we need to capture that because this is going to be a competitive market as every state around us is going to put a tremendous amount of money into doing the same thing, tapping that pin-up travel dollar. So the governor, as I said, put in $1 million into our budget for amended 21. And what my team is looking to do is maximize that funding by doing 50% that will focus on marketing statewide, really focused on areas that need it the most, including our rural destinations. And then 50% in matching funds for our local partners. And that can be either in kind or it can be in funding or both, a mix of both. But the plan includes 3 phases of emphasis. We're going to focus on keeping Georgians, exploring Georgia, number one. During the pandemic, we pivoted all of our marketing to focus on keeping Georgians at home and giving them an opportunity to go see our state parks and really some of the most beautiful places in the United States that are right here in our backyard. And we've seen that. I don't know if any of you have, I even went to Victoria Bryant State Park up in Franklin County when I was home to go fishing, and it was packed. And you're seeing people go out and visit our state parks more than ever. And I give Mark Williams a lot of credit there too. Our team at DNR has just done an amazing job. We have the best state parks in the country. And then secondly, we're going to focus on expanding into drive time markets. And so that would be Florida, Carolinas, Alabama, even up to Virginia. And then thirdly, if it allows, and of course, all of this is contingent upon COVID numbers going down, and we're going to continue to monitor that with our friends at Department of Public Health, but we will extend that welcome to other markets around the U.S. based on where people are traveling from. So we use that data to make those decisions. Throughout the campaign, we're going to continue to focus on our public health guidelines, as I said, and hope that we can drive some of these travel numbers back and bring hospitality back in a big way to Georgia. So that's the ad for FY21. And then our FY22 budget, which is, again, it's wonderful to see a budget that doesn't have any major cuts. We only have ads, and the ads are in just general retirement and cost of living adjustments. So, but everything else has remained the same, and we're excited about that. With that, Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions or field any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a few questions. Vice Chairman Gooch.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all you do for economic development in Georgia. Just an observation from North Georgia. I have a lot of the state parks in my district that you referred to, and actually the RV industry probably had their best year in many, many years. I think COVID-19 drove people out of the house and out of the cities up into the hills. And I think we need to continue to build on that industry. I think $1 million is a good start, but quite honestly, I think it needs many, many more than that. But I'm not sure what the plan is to use that money. Do you have any thoughts on maybe doing some focus group studies with the outdoor recreation industry? There's a lot of different things out, in North Georgia with zip lines and state parks and a lot of private opportunities as well. And also my second question is, what can we do to help the convention business, particularly in the more metro areas in the hotel restaurant business? They seem to be suffering the most in the tourism right now.
Senator Gooch, your question is fantastic. And as somebody who has enjoyed the archery range at Unicoi, and Smith Gall Woods is maybe the most, the biggest kept secret in the state of Georgia. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. I love your district. I love the area, and so we're going to continue absolutely to push people into our state parks and utilizing those resources. And you're right. If you look at some of the project activity our global commerce team has had, the boat industry is booming right now. And, we just had a location of Correct Craft in Valdosta, where they're building boats down there. This is the outdoor industry is booming. And our team at the department has been working with the U.S. Travel Association to make sure that we're using that data to help design our marketing efforts. And so you're absolutely spot on, and we'll continue to follow those trends and use data to make those decisions. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, $1 million is fantastic, and we're going to maximize every bit of that taxpayer funding. But of course, marketing is you can market as much as you have money for, and so we'll continue to do everything we can with what we have. To the second question, the convention and visitors bureaus, and really the convention business, that is completely stopped. And so this is another place where we have worked with the U.S. Travel Association and the governor has actually had meeting directly with the head of the U.S. Travel Association to talk about how we can bring them back safely. And it is, if you're looking at these massive events, I don't know that we're going to see that right away, but there are safe events that you can do. And I think we're looking at how we can support our communities. And you're right, they are, even the smaller metro areas though, whether it's Macon and Savannah and Columbus that thrive on convention business as well. We're part of what we're going to do with those grants is help them market to conventions to bring them back. But to do that, I think we're going to have a set of guidelines, and I don't know whether that's going to be state issued or it would be coming out of the U.S. Travel Association to help them do these things, do these conventions in a safe manner. But you're seeing this worldwide, right? I mean, some of the largest trade shows in the world, Domatex in Germany, in Dusseldorf, which is massive flooring trade show that we participate in every year, is already canceled for next year. And so you're seeing, it really is an industry that is going to take some effort to bring back, but we're absolutely 100% behind our communities in attracting that business back to Georgia.
Thank you. I think we've got one more question in the audience. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, do you have any numbers where had it hurt the economy with the masters not having the master? I mean, I know we had the masters, but how much we lost in dollars?
Senator, it's one of the interesting things about our friends at Augusta National is they don't give us a lot of detail as to how many people they invite or how many people actually attend. And so it's tougher to put numbers on that, but we do know that it is a massive amount and it's had a tremendous impact on Augusta. I mean, we've all seen it. Anecdotally, I know that it is significant.
Couldn't get the mic back on. I apologize, Commissioner. We do have a question or two coming in online.
Yes, got one from Senator Thompson. It's just a comment, just saying great job on focusing on safety, on drawing people back to Georgia in the tourism sector. So I would agree with him as well.
Thank you, Senator.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
That's it.
Fine. There we go. Commissioner, you've exhausted the questions that we have here in the audience and online. Thank you for being here today, and we look forward to working with you as this process continues.
Great. Senator, thank you very much. Appreciate the time of the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Commissioner Williams online already? Mr. Rudolph, we know you're online. We don't know if the commissioner is online for the 2:30 appointment. Can you tell us? I'll tell you what, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll rejoin here and wait to hear from Commissioner Williams from the Department of Natural Resources. Here, maybe I need to hit my button there, huh? Sorry about that, VV. We've got another good helper from an intern at the House Media Services Office, this time from Clayton State, isn't that right, today? Well, thank you for helping us out today. And I think we have Commissioner Williams and Director Dunn together, both ready online. Is that correct? Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can. You're a little bit quiet.
Hang on. How about now?
Yes, sir. Much better. Much better. Commissioner, thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for inviting me to speak here today. The Department of Natural Resources can be found on pages 232 through 238 of the governor's budget report. We have a few primary changes in our AFY 21 budget I'd like to make you aware of. Under the departmental administration section, the entire department is proposed to receive $1 million to replace vehicles. The department, of course, will evaluate its fleet and replace vehicles all across our DNR divisions. And as always, we're very appreciative of this committee and the legislature and the governor for the investment in updating our aging fleet. Next, you'll see under the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program header, an increase of $3,430,466. This increase makes the program's trust fund whole in comparison to FY19 collection and meets the law's requirements for allocations. Per the founding legislation that was confirmed in the 2018 statewide constitutional referendum, the state treasurer credits the trust fund 40% of all monies received by the state from the sales and use tax collected by sporting goods stores in the immediately preceding year. In total, the FY21 fund allocation is now $19,430,466 under this recommendation. Since the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program is still fairly new, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to give a brief refresher and overview. The Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program provides annual designated funding to projects that support parks and trails, provide stewardship of conservation land, acquire critical lands for the protection of natural resources, or for the natural resource-based outdoor recreation opportunities. Applicants and recipients of funds may include state agencies, local governments, verified recreation authorities, and nonprofit organizations. We are now in the second grant cycle and looking forward to delivering a new slate of proposed approved projects to the Senate and House Appropriations subcommittees for final confirmation by the end of the month. Wrapping up our altered items in fiscal year 21, amended fiscal year 21 report, DNR's Wildlife Resources Division has budgeted an increase of $493,580 from Lifetime Sportsman's license sales to support the Wildlife Endowment Fund. Now moving along to the FY22 budget, the Department of Natural Resources can be found on pages 233 through 237 of the governor's budget report. Our FY22 budget has even fewer changes than the FY21 budget we just looked at. The primary change is an increase of $4,705,266 to the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program. This adjustment will bring the fund's allocation in line with the FY 2020 collections. The final FY22 total for the fund will be nearly 21 million that will go to support conservation and outdoor recreation across Georgia. The second and final budget change for FY22 is a $397 increase that will bring the employer retirement contribution into compliance for a couple parks and historic sites employees who are on TRS. Overall, there are very few changes to DNR's mostly flat amended FY21 and FY22 budgets. And for this, we are appreciative of the governor and the legislative support of sound fiscal management during such a severe crisis that we're in. While this fiscal year has certainly brought a variety of challenges to the department, we remain committed to our mission of serving and protecting Georgia's natural resources. The pandemic has pushed Georgians and visitors outside to achieve better physical and mental health while still social distancing. This has resulted in record visitation, license sales, reservation sales, and game and fish harvest. We are not seeing a slowdown. In this most different of years, DNR is as essential as ever, if not even more than before, with its expansive demand placed on our services and properties and ultimately our people. 2020 and 2021 so far have been challenging in many ways, but it has not broken the Department of Natural Resources. You can remain confident that your DNR is welcoming and protecting your constituents with professionalism, integrity, and world-class service, even in these darkest of days. Thank you again, Chairman, for inviting me and members of the committee to speak with you and share about the important work of DNR, and I'll now be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we may have a question online. Chairman England?
No, it's actually here in the room from a member that's afraid to actually ask it, but he made the mistake of mentioning it to me. Mr. Commissioner, Floor Leader Laricchia is excited about the developments and the increase in oyster production on the coast and everything, but him being the avid fisherman that he is, he can't understand why the oysters are not biting his hook. So you might want to have a sidebar conversation with him at some point over the next couple of weeks and explain to him that he may need some different tackle to do that with.
I will, Mr. Chairman, and sometimes that member may get the creel limits mixed up. It's a bushel of oysters, not a bushel of fish you can catch each day. There is a limit on those.
Well, and as witnessed from some of the pictures that he's been sending me, I think you're probably correct on that.
We now have a few questions, Commissioner. Representative Laricchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Pat Wilson was talking about and really bragging about what a great job y'all do with our state parks. And I've mentioned this to you before and Walter and others. Y'all do so much that really just goes unseen by the average Georgian and visitor to Georgia. And that coastal area of Brunswick, St. Simons, Jekyll, all the way up to Savannah is just a gem of a resource for this state. You know how much I enjoy going down and fishing and spending time down there, but there's so many of the CRD, Coastal Resource Division, that works hard down there to protect that for us. And we see a lot of friends down there, and from the game wardens through our biologists and others. And so since Chairman England brought that up, I really just want to tell you, on a personal level, not necessarily as a legislator, how much that means to me and the great work y'all do in protecting those fisheries. And I do have pictures to show you how much we enjoyed if you'd like to see them. But thank you, Commissioner, for what you and all your staff do.
Well, thank you, Representative Laricchia. And as I sort of said in my initial comments, I can't begin to thank staff enough. When the pandemic first started, we were the only state of our neighbors that really completely stayed open as a department, especially our parks. We went to 100% online registration to keep our employees and our guests safe, and actually have had record numbers at our parks. And the good thing is those people are coming back. So we just felt like early on that was one of the few safe places that people could go to get out of their homes and get out and enjoy and exercise. And so Parks did a tremendous job. Our Wildlife Resources Wildlife Resources Division has been heavily involved with the relief effort with COVID, with transporting supplies, transporting PPE, filling up hand sanitizer bottles and those kind of things. And of course, our LE has been, Law Enforcement Division has been involved a lot, including today with helping public safety during some public safety troubled times that we've had over the past year. And so I just want to thank really all of our employees for going the extra mile during this pandemic.
You have a question from Vice Chair.
Commissioner Williams, thanks for having time to be with us today, and we appreciate all you do and your people at all your different agencies of DNR. But the state parks, as we've discussed earlier, are probably at an all-time high as far as usage and capacity. I'm not sure what the numbers look like down in South Georgia, but I know in North Georgia, where I represent, every week of the summer, it seems like the parks were at capacity. If you drive by on a weekend, people coming up for the day were lined up out the gates to the main state routes. Do you have the usage reports that we could get a copy of next week and take a look at that? And do you have plans to expand any existing state parks or add additional state parks in Georgia going forward?
No specific plans to the last question first, to add a state park to our rolls. I can get all the numbers from certainly to the entire committee in the next couple of days. I'm looking over at Josh, and because we track those weekly actually, and they have been doing great, and especially up in your area. We had to actually implement some policies on the front gate to let, as people came out, we would let other people in. That sort of subsided and somewhat back to normal numbers, but we have seen record numbers at our parks. And Senator Gooch, I want to thank you for we've begun some of that the paving through the help of Russell over at DOT. They've helped us with that, and that's begun. But I appreciate you initiating that between our two agencies last year, and that work's ongoing. But no plans for an additional state park at this point, but be glad to get y'all all the numbers.
Thank you.
Chairman Watson, Sam first. Sorry, I got two Watsons at the same time.
Thank you,
Both
Mr.
here.
Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here, and thank you for the job that y'all do. Just kind of a follow-up on Senator Gooch's question, as our parks have been at all-time high usages. I know when we've got a lot of people in and out of our parks, and utilizing those facilities comes some wear and tear and things that need to be fixed and replaced and maintenance. And I noticed that we don't have a lot of that in your budget going forward, but just wanted to kind of get your opinion on that as far as, maintenance and repairs on our parks, being they are being used so much right now, and I hope they continue to be used a whole lot more going forward.
I appreciate the question. Maintenance, we feel like we're in a good spot. We do have a backlog in maintenance when you have as many properties as we do. But park receipts and those type of things are up, and we use a good bit of those monies to self-fund a lot of our ongoing maintenance. Probably right now, we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million worth of projects, construction going on, new cabins, design, architect fees, and those type of things. Because we like to invest in these parks that are doing great, to even take them to the next level and add more cabins to them. I know we just finished up some at Fort Yargo, a couple of new cabins, and had some stuff going on last year down at we renamed Jack Hill State Park from Gordonia, Altamaha is now Jack Hill State Park. We're very proud of that. So we do have a pretty good backlog. We're Senator Watson, Representative Watson, but I feel like that we're able to sort of maintain and don't have any real big problems right now with ongoing maintenance.
We're going to take a question online really quickly, and then we'll get back to the ones in the room.
Mr. Commissioner, Representative Mary Margaret Oliver, as many of us have seen, she's noting of Miss Sandy West passing this past week on her 103rd birthday, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, down at Ossabal, and is just wondering if there are any changes or new duties that DNR will assume down there with her passing.
Yes, Miss Sandy lived a remarkable life, was a friend. She died on her 108th birthday a few days ago in Savannah. We had an agreement. She had a life estate in the house and some acreage around the house. And so upon her passing, the house reverts back to DNR. Heritage Preserve is immediately placed on that house per a written agreement with her. And the Ossabal Island Foundation has a sub-agreement with us to manage the house and use the house. I don't want to speak for them as far as to their plans, but that would be the posture of the house as we sit here today. It's a state asset. It has heritage, will have Heritage Preserve on it, just like the rest of the island, and the Ossabal Island Foundation will have management of it.
Thank you for that answer, Commissioner. A lot of us were wondering, and thank you, Representative Oliver, for asking it. Chairman Watson on the Senate side this time. Ben.
Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly kudos to you and your department relating to the pandemic and your help during the tough times of shutting down beaches and then opening up beaches, and all your help. I know the parks and trails and fishing and hunting have been extraordinary and been a great relief, from a physical and mental health standpoint for everybody in the state of Georgia. So kudos to you. Just a quick question and maybe an update on the oysters and the oyster project down in my neck of the woods, so to speak. If you don't have it off the top of your head, we could just circle back maybe at a little bit later. Just a little brief thought on that oyster project.
So that was one part of the department that COVID did push back considerably, the timeline. We have hired one of our new oyster bonders that we're so thankful that this legislature funded. We are in the process of hiring the second one. We are looking to issue the leases through a public process, very open and transparent public process by this summer, and let these folks get geared up. I wish I could give you a time. I'm not an oyster farmer as to when we might be seeing them in the marketplace, but we got pushed back about 8 or 9 months on our timeline just with the pandemic. But back in gear, and look forward to issuing 3 leases? 3 leases this initial year, and then increasing after that.
Chairwoman Dempsey.
Commissioner, I want to say thank you especially for what you're doing here today at the Capitol. When I looked out my window, I saw some of your very faithful employees making sure that we are safe. And it was just good to see that on their backs and to know that you're also helping out in that way. So thank you.
Thank you, and I'll pass those comments along. But we've been assisting with State Patrol and Capitol Security for the last week or so.
Commissioner Williams, you've exhausted the questions in the room and the ones we had online. Thank you for being here. I believe Director Dunn is also going to present as well. Am I correct, Director Dunn?
Yes, sir.
There he is. Thank you again, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery. Thank you. Chairman England, members of the House and Senate Appropriations Committee. I'll be brief. EPD has 3 programs under the DNR budget. First program is Environmental Protection, Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, and the Solid Waste Trust Fund. I'll just focus on the changes. 2 changes. First one is in the amended budget. It's one-time funds to replace 26 vehicles and lab equipment. This was originally a request. We assumed that would be part of the FY22 general obligation bonds. Instead, it was put in the cash budget. Of that $2.5 million, $612,000 is devoted to fleet replacement. We have 208 vehicles in the EPD fleet. The average age is about 9 years old. Nearly half the vehicles in our fleet are eligible for replacement based upon DOAS's replacement methodology. The 26 vehicles we've identified for replacement with the $612,000 all have mileage above 100,000 and are over 10 years old. The remaining portion of the $2.5 million is roughly $1.9 million for lab equipment. We had proposed to purchase 11 pieces of equipment. 9 of those pieces of equipment are to replace existing instruments that have exceeded their manufacturer's useful life recommendation, often by a large number of years. And 2 of those pieces of equipment are in our drinking water program. They're not replacing, they're new pieces of equipment that are focused upon our ability to test it for emerging contaminants in drinking water, and another one will allow us to process drinking water samples more efficiently. That's the only change in the amended budget. In the big budget, we have one change, and it's a statewide change. We have one employee who's a member of the teachers retirement system, so we have a adjustment for the employer's contribution to TRS in FY22, which is a reduction of $934. That's the extent of our budget change, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? We have none in the room. Any online, Mr. Chairman? Director Dunn, you've done a sufficient job and answered any questions before we could ask them. So,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
thank you. Have a good afternoon. Let's see, we're again 15 minutes ahead of time, but no, Commissioner Dozier is in the hallway. Actually, we've already got him in the room. Commissioner Dozier, if you'd like to go ahead and come up to the podium, we'll go ahead and let you start early if you'd like. Your mic should be live now, and the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you for the opportunity today to truly come in and spend a few minutes bragging on TCSG and the state and what efforts our fine presidents and our state board have done, as well as to share the governor's budget recommendation and obviously attempt to answer any questions anybody may have today. I do hate to start on a somber note, but I feel compelled to share. I know many folks that are either on the call today or in this committee are friends with a wonderful state board member of ours that passed away this morning. That was Miss Dinah Wayne. She's from the Gainesville area and unfortunately succumbed to COVID complications early this morning. Great board member and somebody we're going to miss. Did want to share that, and if you would lift up her husband Alan and her family in the days and months coming, that would be appreciated by us. As we look at the presentation today, it's just a great opportunity to truly talk about if you'll go to the next slide, I apologize, what our mission is. And I think a lot of times when you look at TCSG, we get caught up in our different silos, and I'll talk about those silos in a minute. But the goal of each one of these areas is that they truly come together and break down that silo and work toward a competitive workforce for Georgia. And that's something we're very proud of. Although we're 5 divisions, we're really one with a singular goal to make sure our industry and our communities have the workforce needs that are out there. Next slide, please. When you see us, we are a statewide approach. We have 22 colleges with 88 campuses. Next slide. And the one thing I wanted to start with is just really, during this pandemic time, it's really brought out a lot of accomplishments. And so this is a chance just to share a few of the things that the hardworking presidents and men and women of TCSG have continued to do. We adopted, I shared this midstream last year, we adopted a slogan saying that we train heroes. It truly came to light during the pandemic that just about everybody who was an essential worker, folks that were in the manufacturing, CDL, our nurses, so many other folks that were so paramount to the success of this pandemic and to truly get this pandemic behind us, TCSG has the pleasure of training. And we didn't lose sight of that. And when you looked at it, just a few of the accomplishments, we're the only Purple Heart system in the U.S. We were given that attribute during this pandemic. And what that means is every single one of our colleges has a focus on our veterans. We train over 13,000 veterans a year. And we make sure they have an area that they can truly go to. We were top 3 in the practical nursing program down at Southeastern, Chat Tech, and Georgia Piedmont. We're in the top 10 of registered nursing programs, and that was Chat Tech again, Gwinnett, and Wiregrass. We were named the best medical assisting program at North Georgia Tech. Skills USA named Lanier Tech as a model system, and we had 72 medals during the Skills USA competition, which was second in the U.S. All this during the last 12 months. We also launched, as I mentioned last year during this time, we launched Cloud Academy. That is doing extremely well. We also, in our adult education area, kicked off Career Plus, which is another way to get your high school equivalency. And along with that, introduced the high-tech program, as well as the GED testing. We were the first system in the U.S. to launch online system registration for adult ed. And during all this time, we allowed free education on our website, which produced over 7,000 professional development certificates. These are more in the areas of soft skills, but that gave folks that were out of work or looking for employment something to really hone in their skills during this time for free. And then on top of that, I'm so proud that we saw our students to the end. During that 2020 spring and summer semesters, we gave 36,791 awards to 24,291 graduates. That's amazing to see the hard work of our presidents and our faculty and the colleges seeing our students through it. I could go on and on about the support at the front end as far as transportation, logistics, moving PPE across the state, donations of our culinary arts and our horticultural plants to the nursing homes, childcare for first responders at a few of our childcare facilities, and just the fact that our staff transitioned so quickly to online. But I'm equally proud right now during the vaccination period. So many of our colleges, your colleges across the state, are volunteering to help with vaccinations across the state, watching the individuals who've been vaccinated, and even potentially maybe hosting a few of those sites on our campuses as we move forward with vaccination. So extremely proud of just being truly a part of the state and a part of the system. When you look at our students on the next slide, you'll see our average student, and this is in our technical ed side. So I focus solely on it for this part of the presentation. Our students typically are 27 years old. A little side note, one of the things we're working on is how do we reduce that number? Imagine how many more folks we would get to the workforce sooner if we can lower that average age from 27. They typically have 9 years in the workforce. 50% are first generation college students. Our makeup is 37.8% Black, 46.5% white, 9.8% Latino, and 5.9% other. 36.5% are male, 63.5% are female, and we have a great graduation rate of 76.4% with a more impressive rate of 99.4% placement rate and 87.5% placement rate in field. The neat thing I didn't put up there, and I find it so odd, the last year when I presented, if you'll remember, we warranty our graduates. That seems weird to warranty an individual. I kind of have a hard time throwing a picture up of somebody that we warranty. But I think it does really testify to the level of education. I think that's one thing that in my short term here at TCSG that we have to do a better job, and that is making sure folks realize the level of education someone gets at one of our colleges is paramount to none. As we look, I thought no better way to talk about how TCSG, through the support of this body and our governor, are truly changing lives in the community and partnering with industry, other than hearing from the gentleman that you see on this picture, Ramir Williams. Ramir was selected by a group, some members of this assembly here, to be our Student of the Year, and you'll see here shortly why he's a Student of the Year, but he does an incredible job talking about how we're changing lives, so thank you. If we'll flip to the next, we have a short video of him.
My name is Ramir Williams, and I am a design and media student from Augusta Technical College. Now, I wouldn't say I chose technical education, rather, technical education chose me, like karma. I'd like to tell you about a student that I met one day while I was in my instructor's office. I was in Miss Rowe's office because we were having a coming to Rowe moment. Now, this moment, it's where her truth and your truth come together as one. It's about that close to a coming to Jesus moment. At the beginning of my college career, we had a difference in opinion on how a design student, or rather any student, should conduct themselves. I called her a very terrible name, but she said it's because I didn't enjoy her undivided attention in class. She told me I could return after I apologized, and a week later, I did, and we began again. Anyway, while I was in her office, I met a young man, and he was the oldest of 13 children. Both his parents are incarcerated. He and his siblings have been scattered throughout foster care for the last 15 years. He's been on his own since he was 17. He's known hunger, and he's known homelessness. He was very angry and blamed everybody else for his problems. And the only thing, and I mean the only thing, he had going for himself was his love of art and design. And in case you're wondering, that student, it was me. See, I've never said any of these things out loud to another living soul, but after sitting down with my instructor and many tears later, I understood my predicament a little better. She said, Ramir, everybody is a statistic. It's up to you which category you wind up in. Now you can give up and you can let life roll over you, or you can choose to do something about it. And me, I chose to do something about it. I'm getting a first-class education that'll bring me to a level of success I didn't think I could achieve. I'll be a first-generation graduate, and I take every opportunity provided to me. I served as a state officer for Skills USA, and in case you don't know what Skills USA is, it's an organization that provides highly skilled workers to close the skills gap that's in America. I'm a gold medalist in ad design for Skills USA, and I placed 7th in the nation last year. I've also had the opportunity to talk to our members of Congress on how technical education and Perkins funding is so important nowadays in college. I was a work-study student on campus, and I played my role as a campus leader. I'm also the president of the youth group at church, and I run hurdles on the track team. Nelson Mandela stated, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Accessible and affordable, technical education has brought me a level of success I didn't think I could achieve. I had an internship that turned into a job due to my instructor's relationship in industry. And get this, the guy who gave me the internship, he's an alumnus from our program. So he expected me to be prepared to work as soon as I walked in the door. I've gained good work ethics such as professionalism, communication, teamwork, and leadership. I'll be able to obtain and keep a job and then advance in my career. Now, I would say I was given special attention due to my circumstances, but the fact of the matter is, this is really just routine treatment. And I pray that every student in the technical college system of Georgia is as blessed that I have been to have great instructors who have ensured my success. Now, everyone, I have a question for you. Who knew from concrete that a flower would grow? Thank you.
Ramir is just one example of what this body, excuse me, and the governor and our presidents are doing out there across our state. It's just amazing when you meet these young men and women. Excuse me. When you look at it, we're serving 320,000 Ramir Williams. And when you look across the different segments, the majority of those students are in our technical ed, that 143, the dark blue or the light blue. You look down and around, our adult population is at 40,000, our adult learner. We served about 98,000 in economic development, which is that specialized industry training, that's short, non-credentialed, skills-based type training. Served over 18,000 in the yellow for quick start, over 60 different companies that we'll show you shortly. And then in our workforce development, we were able to serve 19,000 individuals through the WIOA grant and other partnerships. And obviously others are trained outside of TCSG when you look at the administration of the WIOA grant. In total, that 320,000 is truly the mark that you guys are making on our communities. And we're truly not doing it in a solo environment. When you look at adult education, the pathways into technical ed and beyond goes on. We've recently, with the focus on healthcare, CNA has obviously been a shortcoming across the state that we've been trying to see how we can assist. The CNA does not require a high school diploma, so we're able to actually work with our adult learners while they're working on their high school equivalency to also get them into the CNA program. That's one example of how we cut the boundaries of this pie that you're looking at. The next chart also shows a little bit of a breakdown of that 140,000 that's in our technical education enrollment. I wanted to look at dual enrollment and traditional. When you look at it, dual enrollment represented 35,000 of those, and traditional students represented 108,000. But what I found to be very interesting is making sure that we're focused on workforce in the high career demand field areas. When you look at the high areas, it was amazing that 67% of our traditional students are in some type of training in that area. That doesn't mean they're on the Hope Grant and the Hope Career Grant. That means they're in one of those fields. When you look at the actual number of folks that are in specific courses that fit the Hope Career demand, we're about 45,000 students, and that's increased from over 41,000. And I believe it's only about 24,000 of those that qualify for the Hope Career Grant. So I give you all that just to make sure you understand that it's much broader than just those that are getting the Hope Career Grant. Everything's really focusing on workforce development. And then the neat thing was, I was real curious about dual enrollment. We typically think about dual enrollment of being those core classes preparing for college, and that is what a lot of it is. But 32% of the coursework that a student took in TCSG through dual enrollment was in the area of workforce development and technical skill training, whether it's welding or some other type of trade. So very, very impressed how we're trying to make sure that those students that touch us are being the next leaders in workforce development across this state. One of the things that I continue to get asked about and wanted to address it right here is our enrollment during the pandemic. Statewide two-year colleges have been seeing about a 9.5% reduction in enrollment across the state. And when you looked at our fall enrollment, we fit close to that. We're about 8.5% down from our enrollment from last fall. But when you break that down between dual enrollment and traditional, our dual enrollment was down 19.5%, where our traditional student was down 4.7%. So if you look at that traditional student compared to the nation rate at 4.7 versus at 9.5, Georgia's doing very, very good at making sure that our colleges are open, that we're running. We've learned how to do it through a hybrid approach, and we're making sure we continue that pipeline. Obviously, we'd love to see increased numbers, and that's where we hope to head. We had hoped to see that in spring. We're still starting our spring enrollment right now. Some colleges are up and going, and some are in the process of getting up and going for spring. So our numbers are not where they'll end. So they're a little higher than I anticipate at the end. But we're seeing a very similar enrollment for spring. And I believe that's because we had the uptick right here at the new year. I think that slowed the enthusiasm, but I believe it will bounce back as soon as we have the vaccine out. But currently we're looking at about 11% decline. And I expect that to shrink over the next 2 or 3 weeks, close to what we experienced in fall. And when you looked at traditional versus dual, it's 34% decline for dual and 6% for traditional. As the high schools get the K through 12 get going again after this break from the Christmas holidays and New Year's, you'll see dual enrollment increase as well. So you'll see all these numbers go down. My anticipation will be that spring will look very similar to fall, and then we'll have a rebound in the next semester. To give you an idea, looking at spring, we have 6 colleges that actually have a positive enrollment looking at traditional students. So you're seeing that enthusiasm coming back. The next chart shows the actual number of credentials we're given. 59,000 awards. When you look at that breakdown, 43,000 are that TCC. Those are the 1 to 2 semester type certificates. 13% was the diploma, which is stackable credentials. You might get multiple credentials in welding, increasing your expertise. It's less than 2 years to get that. And then we have the degree, the full 2-year, which represented 14%. And many of those, just to remind you, is we offer 2-year in your traditional applied science areas with a focus in welding, with a focus in workforce. So when you hear that going back 2 charts, that's how the 62% are working in that high demand area. The next slide. Just to give you a feeling on the numbers, and this is something you'll start seeing more from us. We've never kind of showed the actual numbers of actual skills that we're producing out of the colleges. And we're going to start having numbers that we're actually tracking toward. But in welding last year, when you looked across technical ed and economic development, we produced 4,619. And as you go down that, you see that some of these skills, such as construction, 789, electricians, 1,397, nurses, 3,000, manufacturing, 4,400. I want to start setting some goals in these areas and see where we can reach and attain. But that gave us last year 21,000 graduates just in a few of the selected areas that I chose to put on here for this presentation. One of the areas that's always of discussion in the General Assembly has been aviation. I should have added it in and thought about it today as I was preparing and reviewing again. Just to give you an idea around aviation, in 2018, we had 660 enrolled students with 428. In 2019, that increased to 775 enrolled and 525 awards. And then last year, 2020, we had 947 enrolled with 629 awards. So the areas that we all are looking and seeing and hearing from industry that needs is a priority by TCSG and something we focus on. Moving on, I think the area that I heard Pat's presentation to you guys about marketing. I think we've got a great marketing campaign. It's something that was there before I got here, and it's called Succeed Sooner. Really advertises that it's affordable. As you know, it's $100 per credit hour. For a semester, the max cost without any type of hope or Pell or anything would be around $1,200 for 12 credit hours. Obviously, we have so many opportunities with the Hope Career Grant in the 17 areas that are free tuition. So there's a lot of opportunities for it to be affordable. We hadn't spent a lot of time advertising how good of jobs you can get when you come to the technical college system of Georgia. And so once again, this is just kind of a splattering of positions, but aviation maintenance, you can come out making $69,000. CDL drivers, 33. Sonography, 61. It just goes on and on and on. There's so many jobs that individuals can get after attending TCSG that are well paid and can be life-changing for them, their community, and their family. We're going to start focusing a little more on that so we can make sure the message is getting out there. The next slide gives you a quick look at our adult education, and hopefully this year you'll meet Miss Hannah Hadley. She is our Eagle Winner of the Year, our Adult Student of the Year. Miss Hannah is so impressive from Wiregrass Technology. But just to give you an idea, we have 453 sites. Obviously, we do some of those at the TCSG campuses and some are outsourced. We had 6,271 graduates with 40,000 enrolled. This has been a tough population during the pandemic. We need this area to increase, and we believe as the vaccine comes out, you'll see it. Just to give you an idea, we'd really like to see about 600 to 700 graduates per month. We'd like to see that number to be about 10,000 graduates. That's where we've hit in the past. And what we saw is as we got into the months, we started seeing us hit 400, 500 as the site started coming back up and feeling more comfortable on teaching our adult learner. And then in January, when we had the numbers hit again, you saw the numbers creep back down. And so this area, without a doubt, is going to actually increase very rapidly as the vaccine gets out and we have a comfort. Some of the neat things in adult education, I mentioned them already. First in the nation to have an online registration system. First time we've had online education through Blackboard. We've increased the high school equivalency by not only offering the GED, but offering the high-set testing as well as Career Plus. And then we're also looking at skills training. Next slide is our Quick Start. real quickly, something that really love our partnership with the Department of Economic Development and Commissioner Pat Wilson and his regional reps. The great thing about that is we really believe we're helping with the sale of Georgia and bringing companies here and the product that we provide. But the greater thing that I love is the handoff to the colleges. As Quick Start prepares and helps our new companies that come in, it's become a seamless handoff to our local colleges to continue that effort. The next area is something that we've shared with you before, and that's the USDOL Dislocated Worker Grant. As you know, TCSG is over the Governor's Office of Workforce Development, which administers the WIOA grant. That grant, because of Georgia's unemployment rate being so great over the years, has slowly gone down. The distribution of monies to states are based on their unemployment rate. To give you an idea, in FY19, the state was given about $90.8 million. We just got for FY22 the notice on the distribution of being around $70 million. But during this time, we also got augmented 2 special grants, $12 million and $13 million, $25 million during the pandemic to help with displaced workers. Those are unemployed or underemployed. And that money goes directly to the 19 workforce development boards out in the communities to make sure individuals are getting the skills they need to train. So very blessed in that area. The next slide is the eCampus, and it's just a reminder that we were blessed during this process that the governor awarded TCSG $10.4 million of the GEARS money, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. We are so thankful to the governor for seeing fit to provide that. What GEARS will do is give us the chance to launch something called the eCampus. eCampus will give us a statewide platform for online education, but more importantly, it'll give us a platform to truly maximize our instructors and our courses across the state. So currently there may be an area that does not offer a course because they can't justify the demand. This is going to give us a chance to truly offer courses statewide, truly make sure our best of our best instructors are used statewide, and then give us a platform for the future for all of the avenues that we talked about, whether it's economic development, adult education, or technical education. Just to give you an idea of how we plan to leverage that, is we were recently, yesterday or the day before, were awarded a grant for $4.5 million through USDOL to help look at strengthening our pathways on manufacturing, healthcare, IT, which includes micro-credentialing. We're going to be able to take the GEARS money and the eCampus, use the money from this grant to help us develop some micro-credentialing, which will get our workforce to the job site quicker and strengthen those pathways. And we're looking forward to how that's really going to merge together and excited about that. The next slides are what we're here really to talk about, and that's the budget. I have just a few items in the budget, and obviously look forward to answering those questions. But we were blessed in the governor's recommendation for the amended fiscal year 2021 budget. It includes one item, and it's $3,513,691. It is the 1.5% increase in credit hour enrollment related to our formula funding. To give you an idea, that's an increase on top of 2 million credit hours of an additional 29,760 credit hours, to give you an idea of the number of credit hours we actually trained. So that 3.5 million will fund the enrollment growth that we had in the amended cycle. Flipping to the next slide is the big budget, the FY22 recommendation, and we really have 2 items. The second one's broken into 2 different parts, but the first one is a TRS change. As you know, or I believe you know, you've seen that the teacher retirement system is increasing their rate as far as the retirement payment from 19.06 to 19.81 as far as the employer's share of that retirement fund. And so that represents across all programs $764,027. The second change is the formula increase that is moved. It's 2 components that totals up to be $9,598,363. The first of that is just the moving of the supplemental amount of the $3.5 million forward. And then the second part of that is the increase of 1.6% enrollment hour credit growth related to last fiscal year of an additional 32,313 hours, and an increase of 3.55% of square footage, which is tied primarily to the Wiregrass Allied Health Building, the Athens Academic and Agricultural Facility in Elberton, West Georgia's campus in Carrollton, Chattahoochee's Industrial Maintenance Building, the Savannah Effingham Transportation Center, and South Georgia's CDL Training Facility for a total amount of $6,084,672. So when you add the $6 million to the $3 million, that's where you get the $9,598,363 for the formula funding growth for the fiscal year 2022 budget. The last slide is the capital outlay recommendation, which we feel very blessed. It represents a total of $84.2 million. A majority of that is just maintaining our current facility with $23.9 million in major repairs and maintenance, $10 million in equipment refresh. And then we get into specific facilities, $6.2 million for Gwinnett Tech for Building 100. It's the furniture and fixtures related to the facility that was funded last year. Last year, that facility was bonded at $34.8 million, and it included our industrial tech labs, our logistics, our HVAC, our computer information systems, our welding. Essentially, 33% of all individuals who go through Gwinnett Tech will go through that new facility, and this is the final stage of funding that facility. The next item is one that we've talked about for a number of years prior to me even joining the TCSG team, and that is the Aviation Training Academy in Chattahoochee Tech College up in Paulding for $26.8 million. The next item is Athens Technical College, the Industrial Systems Tech Building for $13.085 million. The last item is the Savannah Tech College Culinary Arts Program. It's on 7 West Bay. Very, very excited about that for $3.5 million. That's design and construction. We do have a local amount that's been contributed, and there's multiple fundraising efforts around that of almost $1 million, $978,000 that will go with this $3.5 million. But it's very, very exciting. If you're on West Bay Street, right across from the Hilton, there's part of the storefront across has been holed out. And we're going to actually be doing a teaching and training facility that serves the public there. So there'll be a bakery on the first floor, sit down dinner area on the second floor, and a training level in the basement. And it's going to be right there so that you can serve all the patrons in Savannah. I believe there's something like 3,500 beds there as far as folks being able to stay there, but it also gives us a presence where we can truly advertise the skills we're training at TCSG there at Savannah Tech. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. Obviously, I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for being heavy on the numbers too and walking through those. We appreciate that. And also, I would like personally to meet Mr. Williams if that's ever a chance. That was one of the most inspiring and just personal videos I think I've seen in my tenure here.
Mr. Chairman, we typically, I don't know how this session will look, but we typically bring Mr. Williams and Ms. Hadley up here to actually have their chance to meet with each of you guys and have their picture made on the floor of both the Senate and the House. So hopefully we'll be able to do that, but if not, we'll make sure you have that opportunity.
Thank you for the reminder that while we see a lot of dollar signs, that there are lives behind each one of them, and that was a really good reminder today.
Thank you.
Of that.
The other thing, if I could, we typically bring up our instructor of the year, and I should have had a picture of him up here, but he's a big old guy and I'm scared of him, so I better make sure Mr. Mike Day gets his recognition as well. He's a welding instructor down at Wiregrass Technical College, and just has a heart bigger than anybody you can imagine. Thank you for that little bit of savior for me.
You do have a few questions. I think Representative Chokas has the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I've got kind of two things to ask. Number one, you were talking about the average age of 27, and that's been an issue for years and years. My question is the dual enrollment helping bring down that average age?
The 27, Mr. Chokas, did not include dual enrollment, so I pulled it out. If I had included it, I obviously would have dropped it dramatically. The one thing that we need to work on is our retention rate of our dual enrollment students. So one of the things that I'm very proud of is we're getting our dual enrollment students a great taste of technical skill training while they're with us, but we're not retaining a lot of them as far as in our system once they graduate from high school. So that's an area that we're focused on internally and believe that will make a difference, and it will reduce that overall age at some point.
Good, thank you. The second question is more COVID related, and that's with the culinary arts program. Hospitality took a big hit.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing as far as the students? Has enrollment in that program declined? I just would like to hear some of your comments on that.
Yeah, great question. And this really applies culinary, but just about all of ours. If you think about cosmetology, you think most of ours is hands-on welding, everything. You have to have some skill set. So we've been blessed that we have some great instructors that figured out how to truly administer as much as they can in a hybrid format as far as online. But we also have some great folks that did some hybrid in-person training. So even during the pandemic, we were able early on to have hybrid labs of 5 or less, where we're bringing folks in to still get that hands-on training, almost one-on-one training, so that we didn't have any major issues. And knock on something, we have not had any major issues, thank goodness. So it just reinforces to me the work that our colleges and our instructors and our students are doing to make sure they stay in that training. Speaking of those different programs and looking, we are seeing during this time with the enrollment dip that it is due to folks still being a little concerned with coming back. Prior to the pandemic, about 30% of our classes were online and 70% were in person. Post-pandemic, it's reverse. It's 70 online and 30% in person. Some of that is because we've done the hybrid and we're able to manage still the same type training through a virtual environment. But some of it is folks just aren't ready to come back on campus yet. So I do believe that we'll see a dip in some of those areas at the end of this year, but I think it's going to be very short-lived. When you go out there, I was blessed to be down at Southern Regional and Athens this past week. It's great to see students on our campus taking it serious. As always, I have to restate that. But at the same time, I didn't see that last semester. And so we're moving in the right direction, and I truly believe you're going to see those numbers tick back up as soon as we get past this current semester.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you pointed out a few moments ago, when we sit in these meetings, we see dollar signs, but you point out that behind those dollar signs are lives.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for the job y'all are doing in our technical colleges, and thank you for a very thorough and informative presentation. You brought the student of the year, the teacher, the instructor of the year, but thank you for equipping the people that you're serving to be productive and contribute to our communities and our state. And we are very blessed to have you in this role, and very blessed for our technical colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Gooch.
My last.
Yes, sir.
Maybe. Commissioner, I want to offer my condolences for the loss of Dinah Wayne. She was the board member that followed me when I was on that board. I guess it's 12 years ago now, and I offer my condolences to her husband and her 2 boys today. On a lighter note, I think we may want to have executive session to discuss a recent hire that you made up here at North Georgia Tech in Clarksville with former Senator John Wilkinson. I understand he may be listening today, so we do congratulate him and thank you for looking after him. I think he's going to be a great addition to the family.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thought he was trying to get it. Leader Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I just want to thank you for meeting the needs in our communities when the needs of our local industries become a concern. And I'll just tell you, just to reinforce what I think everyone here knows, that not only you and Neil and the staff here, but on the local levels in the different institutions certainly are proactive and meet that need. But I hope you'll take a look at the couple of those salaries you threw up there. One of them's in truck driving.
Yes, sir.
And if they want to make a little more money than 33,000, it's not a problem. Tell them to come to Southeast Georgia and they can probably double down on that.
Yes, Mr. Leader, I appreciate you actually bringing that up, and I should have mentioned this. I questioned that salary as well as a couple of others up there as well. We can only capture those that are working for somebody, and so many of our truck drivers are independent contractors. It makes so much more money than what was shown up there. So you're exactly right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Commissioner, that brings up a comment that I just thought of personally. As our economy continues to change and we go to driverless cars and things like that, some of those high-paying jobs right now that are really the largest jobs in our state and in our economy, we're just really glad to have you at the helm. We need to transition and be ready for whatever's coming next. So thank you for staying on the cusp of the wave, being forward-thinking. We know that the jobs that we did 20 or 30 years ago, we're not doing now, and the jobs that we're doing now, we probably won't be doing in 20 or 30 years. But we've got to be ahead of that curve if we're going to continue to make Georgia the #1 state to do business. So thank you for being so flexible and moving so quickly.
Absolutely.
I don't think you have any more questions from the members. Thank you so much again for being here today, and we do look forward to meeting your recipients at a later date.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think our next presenter, Ms. Pope, I think you've already logged on, and if you want to go ahead and begin, we'd love to have you start.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission, which we often shorten to the Commission or GSFIC, it is my pleasure to be here today. I acknowledge that you've had 2 full days of budget hearings and that you get to adjourn after this session. So I'll do my best to end your day well. I've been having some mic problems, so let me know if you have any issues hearing me. So Chairman England, Chairman Tillery, and members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, we thank you for your leadership and for the work this committee does in crafting and passing a structurally balanced budget, which is essential for the state's favorable credit rating. Although I have the honor of presenting, Lee McElhannon, GSFIC's Director of Bond Finance, deserves much of the credit for the preparation of the state's annual debt plan. The link to the updated plan is provided on this slide, along with our contact information. And our main goal with this presentation really is to provide our commitment to be of service to you. Next slide, please. So I have been with GSFIC since 1998, and during the entire time, the leadership of the members of the Commission, the General Assembly, and the executive branch have consistently been strong advocates of doing what it takes during the good times and also the not so good times to maintain the state's well-deserved AAA ratings from each of the 3 major credit rating agencies. Since we do not have a money tree and instead need to go to the capital markets to meet the state's funding needs for capital projects, we are very appreciative of your commitment to a balanced budget, as well as conservative and strategic debt management to invest in infrastructure. That certainly makes our job easier when we work with the rating agencies on the state's general obligation bond issues. Next slide, please. There have been considerable adjustments by the rating agencies to state debt ratings and outlooks in response to the pandemic. A total of 17 states have had downgrades to either ratings or outlook changes since March 2020. The comments on this slide help show why Georgia has maintained its AAA ratings with a stable outlook. Main reasons are due to the state's conservative fiscal management and actions taken to address budgetary challenges head on instead of kicking the can down the road. So again, thank you. Next slide, please. As Dr. Dorfman shared yesterday, we do, however, face some challenges. So what are the key things your leadership can do to keep our AAA rating? Continue efforts to grow Georgia's economy, avoid temporary one-time fixes when balancing the budget, support conservative revenue estimates to help increase the likelihood of maintaining or adding to the state's rainy day fund, fully fund additional amounts required for the annual required contributions to ERS and TRS, and continue to look for ways to reduce costs associated with employee health care and keep our borrowing costs or our borrowing for capital projects moderate. Next slide, please. This slide provides a quick overview of the bond process. As you all know, the budget process begins with agencies like TCSG that was just before me, making their case for funding needs, and the governor providing his budget recommendation. The final decision to issue bonds for capital projects begins here with their deliberations around the bond package. The passage of the Appropriations Act provides us with what is available to be sold. We work with agencies to determine which projects are ready to proceed and be included in the upcoming sale of bonds. Prior to the sale of bonds, JISVIC's Finance Division, in consultation with OPB, the state economist, and the rest of the state's amazing finance team, or AKA the bond team, prepares the bond offering document and presents the state's economic picture and financial condition to the 3 rating agencies. Each time the state issues debt, and even all throughout the year, we must demonstrate to the rating agencies why we continue to deserve the AAA. We certainly do not take our ratings for granted, which is one reason we are so thankful for the leadership provided by Governor Kemp and OPB Director Kelly Farr and his staff, who are very committed in helping respond to rating agency questions and making time to meet with the rating analysts at least once a year. Following the receipt of ratings and pricing of the bonds, the Commission Board approves the sale of the bonds to the best bidder. And then after the bond sale, the work to complete the project begins. Next slide, please. So where do interest rates stand today? Over the last 30 years, interest rates have definitely trended down. In response to COVID-19 and economic shutdowns and resulting uncertainties, the markets were quite volatile, especially in the first half of 2020, with rates rising in March and then falling to all-time lows in August before leveling off towards the end of the year. Overall, the market continues to prove its resilience. It's important to point out that even as bond yields have gone below 5%, the market has had a preference for a nominal interest rate of 5%, which has meant that many bonds have been sold at a premium price for a bond with a 5% coupon. This buyer preference has allowed us to provide premium proceeds and sell fewer bonds to fund the authorized projects or to apply those premium proceeds towards refunding existing debt. Both approaches contribute to lower debt service needs from the general obligation debt sinking fund. When we sell bonds, we try very hard to ensure that we structure the sale in such a manner as will enable the state to achieve the lowest borrowing cost. Yet we do not try to fight or force the market. Our experience has been that taking what the market gives you is the best way to make lemonade. Next slide, please. So our state constitution allows funding via state general obligation bonds for the 4 categories shown on this slide. It's no surprise that most of the bonds fund capital projects, but the state also provides significant support to local governments for K-12 capital outlay, public libraries, and low interest loans for water and sewer projects. Next slide, please. For authorizations funding projects of the state, we look at 3 major things. First, is it a project that is owned by the state? Although there are many capital needs within our state, the state's constitution limits what can be funded with the pledge of the state's full faith and credit. Second, is it a capital asset? State law and federal law restrict what bond proceeds can be used for. For example, the state's constitution does not give us the legal authority to issue bonds to fund pensions. And third, we always pay close attention to the useful life of the asset. This helps keep us from issuing long-term debt for things that will not last through the final payment of the debt. The state typically issues bonds, as you know, with a 5-year and 20-year term, although we have funded certain items such as school buses with a 20-year term, or a 10-year term, sorry. JISVIC is charged with ensuring the expenditure of bond proceeds does not violate legislative intent, nor violate what is allowable by state or federal law. It's often easier to start with a list of operational items that are not eligible for funding. Agency expenses in the constitutional sense should be funded through annual budget appropriations and a General Appropriations Act and should not be paid or reimbursed from general obligation bond proceeds, even if those expenses could be considered capital expenditures and that they contribute to the improvement of the capital asset. The link provided on this slide takes you to JISVIC's website, which provides several JISVIC and SAO policies that provide guidance to agencies for what is allowable and not allowable for funding with bond proceeds. Next slide, please. This slide provides a history of general obligation debt authorizations for capital projects and bond issuances for each fiscal year since 2011 through 2021. The approximately $1.129 billion of general obligation debt authorized for fiscal year 2021 address needs for new facilities for K-12 education, higher education facilities for the University System of Georgia, and also the Technical College System of Georgia, improvements to state roads and bridges and the state's railroad system, public safety, economic development, and other facilities of the state. Next slide, please. This slide helps show compliance with the state's constitutional 10% limitation for general obligation and guaranteed revenue debt that can be issued. The debt service ratios include both actual debt service for bonds that have been issued to date and debt service for projected new authorizations or existing GO authorizations that have not yet been issued. Fiscal years 2009 through fiscal year 2020 reflects actual debt service paid on both general obligation or GO debt from the GO Debt Sinking Fund. It also reflects guaranteed revenue or GR debt payments and the amount of debt service for projected new authorizations or existing GO authorizations that have not yet been issued. As state revenues recovered from the 2007 through 2009 recession, authorizations for new debt are restricted to critical infrastructure projects, and the state vigorously pursued opportunities to refund its debt and lower debt service payments to get the debt ratio under the high of 8.1% from fiscal year 2011. The projections, fiscal year 21 reflects what is estimated to be paid during the fiscal year as of December 31st, 2020, and should reflect final amounts since we do not expect to be issuing additional bonds during the remainder of this fiscal year. The projections include the planning level for new general obligation debt authorizations of approximately $985 million for fiscal year 2022 and $950 million per year thereafter. The plan also factors in the State Road and Tollway Authority's request for issuance of guaranteed revenue bonds during the plan period to capture debt service savings by refunding current obligations. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the impact of the general obligation bond sale from August and Jeff's latest revenue estimates through fiscal year 2025. The first section, which is reflected in thousands, provides information regarding outstanding principal. We started fiscal year 21 with $9.55 billion outstanding, and after issuance of the bonds in August 2020 and monthly principal payments made during the fiscal year, there will be approximately $9.69 billion outstanding as of June 30th, 2021. As previously shared, fiscal year 2022 projects the issuance of approximately $985 million in new GO bond authorizations, the issuance of guaranteed revenue bonds to refund existing debt obligations, and also the issuance of $327.47 million that is remaining from prior authorizations. Next slide, please. Wow, I've gone through this fast. So here's our final slide. Finally, it's just a note about future bond sales. Like I just said, we have $327.4 million in authorized but unsold bonds from fiscal year 2021 and prior years. All of those remaining items are for K-12 capital outlay. Typically, we provide general obligation bond funding for projects once a year during the summer. We plan to start the process as soon as the fiscal year 2022 budget is passed, and we'll try to have those bond proceeds available as soon as we can in fiscal year 2022. Chairman, that completes this presentation, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. I don't see any questions in the audience or any online either. Chairman England, do you have any comments?
Diana, I just want to add my thank you to the wonderful job that y'all do on helping us manage the state's bonded indebtedness, and just always being there as a resource for us when we reach out with a question, and always being very prompt and getting us a reply anytime we have questions. But just a big thank you, because you've got one of those jobs that nobody really sees you doing it, but you do an incredible job at it. And I just want to tell you, we appreciate it, and it does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
It's extremely critical to state government, so thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Having no other questions, I do have Senator LaRicchia. Did you mean to hit your button?
Representative, but yes,
Sorry, I promoted you. Representative LaRicchia, do you have a question?
Diana, thank you so much for your presentation. And this is more a comment maybe to Chairman Tillery and Chairman England, but I participated in a study committee some years ago, about 3.5 years ago, to look at the delivery methods on these capital projects and how we bid those out. And I have all 6 years that I've been up here, I have a lot of medium to small general contractors that reach out to me every year and complain that they are not getting fair opportunities to bid some of these capital projects because they're delivered construction management at risk. And the RFPs are written in such a way that if you hadn't ever built a $10 million building, you can't bid one that's 5 or 6. I mean, it just kind of keeps them edged out just a little bit. But I think we need to have maybe a deeper conversation at some point, and in particular, the impacts that it has on small rural general contractors to be able to competitively bid for some of these projects. I've brought it to different people's attention over the years, and I just, and maybe it's me, but just can't seem to get good enough answers for the contractors in rural South Georgia to answer for them why they can't build some of the buildings at South Georgia State College or some of our technical college campuses, or even for our school systems, because about 75% of those are delivered construction management at risk versus design bid build, which is more of a competitive bid process for those small contractors. So that's my few minutes there. I appreciate your presentation, but I would like for us to maybe at some point have a deeper discussion about that, because all of the general contractors in my area are small, you know, and they want to figure out how to be able to bid and participate in more of that work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your comment. You're getting a little bit out of my wheelhouse. You know, I provide the funding, and then our construction side actually works on those projects. I do know that, you know, rural Georgia is definitely a strategic area. And I think with the 25 million that was passed in last year's appropriations bill for MMR was to kind of help with that. But I will definitely take this and agree that there will be some conversations on that, because it is important.
You've got one additional questions from Senator Gooch.
Ms. Pope, could you flip back to your last slide, please, that has the table with the authorizations and the issued bonds? Yes, ma'am, that's it. Can you tell me briefly, like from fiscal year 2015, there's 555,000 remaining authorizations in principal. Are those bonds that haven't been issued, or they're projects that haven't been fully funded yet?
Those all represent authorizations that have not been issued yet. So that's part of the authorizations that, and when we do the debt plan, we model the program to issue all of it the next fiscal year. But of course, it doesn't always happen. These are all for K-12 capital outlay. And they do a great job at trying to request bonds when projects are ready to proceed. You know, I have to get detail on, you know, some of why there's some lagging, especially in those older fiscal years. That's a good question, and I can do some follow-up with some detail if that's helpful.
So is it normal for a project to run 5 to 6 years like that? Or maybe in 2018, there's still almost 14 million. In 2019, 26 million. Is that typical from the history of your organization?
I don't think it's typical. I mean, it's typical that there's always some remaining authorizations for K-12. Trying to fund. I mean, as you know, we've got so many counties and so many school systems. I think Department of Education does an amazing job at managing that. So there's always some remaining, but I don't know that it's typical that it takes several years like we're seeing on this chart.
Last question. It seems like it would be difficult for budgeting to prevent cost overruns for a project that's 5 or 6 years old, considering the cost of inflation and the material costs have gone up so much in the last 2 to 3 years. Does that sometimes jeopardize the project?
Good question. And unfortunately, I would say yes, but again, I'm not the expert on that side. Like I said, I can follow up with which projects are in there to help answer, the specific projects that were authorized for those items. But it's a good question, and I think it makes sense that it probably does with inflation costs. But I just don't know the exact answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. You've answered all the questions of the members here in attendance and online. We appreciate your presentation today. And again, thank you for what you do behind the scenes and in the front line for our state.
Well, I appreciate what all you do. Thank you.
Members, we have reached the end of our agenda for today. We'll let you out a little bit early. Remember, we start again tomorrow at 8 a.m. We will hear from the Department of Human Services, Department of Family and Children's Services, Department of Community Health, Department of Behavioral Health, and then we will end the day hearing from Director Farr at the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. Thank you again for your attendance today and your participation. I think we had a lot more good questions, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Unless Chairman England has anything he wants to add. Nothing more. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.